You clicked on this because you saw a post-apocalyptic survival thriller and probably thought you knew what you were getting into. This is a story about a solar flare that weaponized human connection itself. And you're about to discover a uniquely German apocalypse where entire cities have become acoustic instruments for tracking 100-meter tall walking skeletons, where masks aren't just protection, but works of art, and where the ultimate quest isn't for food or shelter, it's for the right to look another human being in the eyes. So before we get into it, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. As always, I'd love to hear from you. Please say hello in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you once more for joining me today. So get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Full audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1, 11 Seconds on Friedrichstrasse. The shadow hits first. Always does. Noon becomes dusk in 3 seconds flat, and I'm counting 6, 7, 8. Because counting keeps you from looking up. The Kadewe's shattered glass roof turns the light gray-green like we're underwater. Somewhere above, 62 meters of bone is walking west, and the building shakes with a rhythm I've heard 10,000 times. 4 hertz. Low enough to feel in your teeth. I'm in cosmetics. Perfume bottles everywhere, most of them broken. The smell's so thick it coats your throat. Jasmine and rot and 8 years of rain through a broken ceiling. I've got a canvas bag half full of batteries and medical tape when I hear it. Fabric tearing. Not fabric. A veil. She's 3 aisles over, black mourning cloth caught on a Swarovski display, and the wind from the Titan's ribs is lifting it. I see her face for maybe half a second before I'm moving. 9.8 seconds of direct eye contact triggers the Wanderung at 11. She doesn't know I'm coming. I hit her sideways into the mirrored cosmetics island. Glass explodes around us. Compacts, lipstick tubes, 1,000 reflective surfaces scattering across marble. My porcelain mask cracks against the mirror edge, but holds. I pin the veil down with my helmet, feeling the Totenmaske press against her cheek through the fabric. She's trying to fight me off. Smart. For all she knows, I'm trying to trigger her ascension. The creaking gets louder. The Titan's close enough now that I can hear the individual joints, femur, tibia, the ankle bones grinding like subway brakes. The building groans. More glass falls from the ceiling, and I press her harder into the cosmetics island, covering as much of her as I can. Her pulse is hammering against my wrist. Fast. Panicked. Same rhythm as... I shut that thought down before it finishes. The shadow passes. Takes 40 seconds. When the light comes back through the broken roof, it's yellow again, instead of gray-green. The creaking fades west. I count to 30 before I move. She shoves me off hard enough that I roll into a perfume display. I sit up. Check the mask. Cracked porcelain across the left cheek, but the welding to the Bundeswehr helmet still holds. The veil's on the floor between us. Black Sado silk torn completely down one side. She's staring at me, not at my mask, at my eyes, through the vents. My stomach drops. I haven't made direct eye contact with another human being in 8 years. Not since Lada, but the veil was up for 9.8 seconds, and I tackled her before 11, and we're both still standing, both still flesh instead of 40-meter skeletons marching toward coordinates. I see every time I close my eyes, 51.4 degree, 5.2 Devalu. She picks up a shard of broken mirror, writes in the fog her breath makes on the glass. You just looked at me for 9 seconds and the world didn't end. Her hand's shaking. Mine too, but she can't see that through the Prussian porcelain. I should leave. Walk away. I've kept myself alive for 8 years by refusing to be seen, and she just saw me. Saw my eyes. The only person since Lada who... The ceiling groans. I look up. There's a crack running across the remaining glass roof, spiderwebbing out from where the Titan's shoulder must have brushed it. One piece the size of a car door is hanging by nothing. If it falls wrong, if the angle's right, it'll create a reflection. Floor to ceiling. We'll both ascend right here in the cosmetics section, our skeletons growing up through the kadewe like grotesque department store decorations. I grab her wrist. She grabs her camera, ancient Leica, 1942 maybe, hanging around her neck on paracord. We run. Behind us, the glass falls. I hear it shatter across the floor we were just standing on. Don't look back. Looking back means looking at reflections, and reflections mean 11 seconds you didn't plan for. We make it to the emergency stairs. She's breathing hard, the torn veil clutched in one hand. I can see her face fully now, 30 maybe. Dark eyes. Estonian, if the veil style is right. Sado morning silk, the kind they weave in Vuru. She writes on the concrete wall with a piece of charcoal from her pocket, "I owe you my bones." It's the kind of thing you say when someone saves your life in a world where your skeleton might tear itself out of your meat and walk to Ireland. I should tell her I didn't save her for her. I saved her because I can't watch it happen again. Can't watch the bones stand up while the person's still screaming. Can't watch them grow and grow until they're tall enough to block out the sun. But I don't tell her any of that. I just nod. She touches the bolt on my mask, the one that locks the Totenmaske to the helmet. Her fingers stay there maybe 2 seconds longer than necessary. Second time in 9 days. Second time since Lotta that anyone touched me like I was human instead of a scavenging ghost. The Titan's creaking is distant now. West. Always west. I've got Lotta's finger bone in a lead-lined film canister around my neck, and this woman's pulse is still hammering in my wrist where I pinned her down, and I realize with the kind of clarity that feels like falling, I can never abandon the only person alive who's seen my eyes since my daughter's skeleton tore free on live television. The Estonian woman writes one more line on the wall. "What's your name?" But before I can answer, she's looking past me, up the stairwell. Her face goes pale. I turn. The next Titan's shadow is already darkening the broken skylight above us, and in the dim light I can see the reflection of its ribs beginning to pass across the emergency exit glass. Chapter 2. The Porcelain Rule. The Berliner ensemble smells like wet velvet and 100-year-old wood. We're in the prop cellar because the main theater's got a stage mirror the size of a city bus, and even cracked, it's lethal. Down here it's dark enough that reflections don't matter. Just costume racks and boxes of old set pieces and a very old bottle of Unterberger schnapps I find behind a crate marked Brecht 1957. She's sitting against the wall, still breathing hard from the run. The torn Sado veil is bunched in her lap. Her Leica is on the floor next to her, lens cap on. I wonder when she last took a photograph she was allowed to look at. I hold up the schnapps. 70 years old, if the label's honest. She nods. Here's the problem. We can't just pass the bottle. Hand to hand means we might look at each other, might catch a stray reflection in the glass, might hit 11 seconds without meaning to. I find 2 hand mirrors in a costume box, small ones, the kind stagehands use for quick makeup checks. I set them up on a crate between us at angles, hers angled so she can see the bottle, mine angled so I can see her hand. This way we can pass things without ever risking direct line of sight. She understands immediately, reaches for the bottle using the mirror. Her fingers find it, drinks, passes it back the same way. The schnapps tastes like turpentine and caraway. Burns the whole way down. We sit like that for maybe 20 minutes. Passing the bottle through mirrors, not talking because talking means risking turning toward each other, and turning means risking eyes. She writes on my mask with grease pencil from her camera bag, "I owe you my bones." Same words as before, like she needs me to know she means it. I wipe it off with my sleeve, but the letters ghost into the porcelain. You can still read them if you know where to look. I've worn this Totenmaske for 8 years. 1903 Prussian death mask, welded to a Bundeswehr helmet I pulled off a skeleton in Tempelhof, and nothing's marked it before. The porcelain's too hard, too smooth, but her words stay. She reaches for the bottle again, and this time her hand brushes mine in the mirror. Just the reflection of her fingers over the reflection of mine. Not real contact, but I feel it anyway, like a current. Then she does something I don't expect. She touches the bolt on my mask. The real one, not the reflection. Her fingers find the locking mechanism that keeps the Totenmaske welded to the helmet, and she just rests them there, doesn't try to open it, doesn't pull. Just touches it like she's saying, I see this. I see what you've done to yourself. I see that you haven't looked at your own face in 8 years. I should move, pull away. I've survived this long by refusing intimacy, refusing to be seen. That's the rule. The lie I tell myself every morning, if I never truly see another human again, I will never kill again. But I don't move. I let her fingers stay on the bolt. Outside, something creaks. Different rhythm than before. Syncopated. There are titans that children can identify by sound alone now. Call it the creak lexicon. This one's got a 3-beat pattern. Step, drag, step. I don't know this one's rhythm. Too far north maybe, or too new. She pulls her hand back, picks up her Leica and cradles it like people used to cradle phones. Like she's waiting for it to ring with a call that's 8 years too late. I take another drink. The schnapps is almost gone. One of us is going to have to suggest we leave soon, find somewhere safer than a prop cellar under a theater with a cracked stage mirror the size of a killing field. But for now, we sit. The grease pencil letters on my mask catch the dim light. I owe you my bones. She writes something new on the wall next to her. What do I call you? I think about it. Names are dangerous. Names are recognition. But she already saw my eyes. Already knows I'm human under the porcelain. I write in the dust on the floor. Leon. She nods. Writes back. Eliise, Estonian, like I thought. Seto Veil, Estonian name, and a camera that's never been allowed to look at a human face since the flare rewrote everyone's retinas 8 years ago. The creaking outside gets closer. Step, drag, step. 20 seconds between footfalls. I count them without thinking. Everyone counts now. Counting is survival. Elias's fingers find the bolt on my mask again. This time I turn my head slightly, just enough that her fingertips move from the metal to the porcelain at my temple. Still not skin, still separated by the Totenmaske, but closer. First time anyone's touched me like I matter in 8 years. I let it happen, let her fingers rest there against the cold porcelain. Let myself feel something other than the weight of a lead-lined film canister around my neck containing my daughter's finger bone. The theater's stage mirror is 3 floors above us. Cracked, but still lethal. One wrong step up there and you catch your own reflection, and 11 seconds later you're 60 meters of walking calcium marching toward Ireland. But down here in the prop cellar, in the dark, with the ghosts of 100 Brecht plays and a bottle of 70-year-old schnapps between us, down here the mirror catches only our feet. Chapter 3. The creak that has Lotta's rhythm. We hear it at Tempelhofer Feld, where the old airport used to be. Wide open space, nowhere to hide. Stupid to be here, but we needed to cross to reach the Stasi archives, and the U-Bahn tunnels are flooded with reflecting water, so we risk it. The Titan appears from the north. I see the shadow first, always the shadow, and then the sound starts. Step, pause. Step, 0.7 seconds off beat. Left leg delayed, a limp. My chest locks, can't breathe, can't move. Because I know this rhythm, counted it 10,000 times while she walked around our apartment, while she hopped downstairs, while she tried to run in the park and her left leg couldn't quite keep up with her right. Lotta's limp. 0.7 seconds, exactly. The Titan walks closer, 40 meters tall, maybe 50, bones white against the gray sky. The femur on the left leg has a stress fracture running up the shaft, old injury, probably from the initial ascension, and it causes the whole skeleton to hesitate mid-step. Step, pause, step. I'm counting. Can't stop counting. 43 minutes I stand there counting her rhythm while Eliise tries to pull me toward the drainage tunnel that leads to the U5 line. Step, pause, step. 0.7 seconds. Every time. Perfect match. That's my daughter walking west toward coordinates she'll never reach because Titans don't stop. They don't rest. They march until they collapse from structural failure, and even then the bones keep crawling. Eliise gets in front of me, blocks my view of the Titan. I try to move around her, but she stays in front of me, and finally she just tackles me toward the drainage tunnel, the same way I tackled her in the Cadeway. We fall into the tunnel. I hit concrete, and the lead-lined canister around my neck swings hard against my chest. Lotta's finger bone inside, the only piece of her I could save before the cameras stopped rolling. The tunnel is dark. Eliise pulls me deeper, and I can hear the Titan's footfalls above us getting fainter. Step, pause, step. Getting quieter but never gone because the sound of your dead walking stays in your head forever. The U5 tunnel is worse than I remembered. Flooded. Emergency exit signs still glowing after 8 years, running on backup batteries that shouldn't last this long. The signs reflect off the water. Green light everywhere. Rippling. Moving. One reflection at the wrong angle, and we ascend in a subway tunnel. Elise's veil is completely torn now, ripped off when she tackled me. She's got nothing covering her face, and I realize in the dim green light that this is the first time I'm seeing her clearly. She's got a scar across her left eyebrow. Burn, maybe, or shrapnel. And her eyes are the color of Baltic seawater, that specific gray-green you only see off the Estonian coast. She finds a piece of rebar on the tunnel floor, starts writing on the wall, scraping words into the concrete. That one is my daughter. I don't know how she knows. Maybe the way I froze, maybe the way I counted. Maybe everyone who's lost someone can recognize the specific shape of someone else's grief. She presses her forehead to the words, bare skin against concrete, against the letters that spell out what I can't say. I can feel her warmth through the wall. Just that. Just the heat of her against the rebar words, and it's the first time since Lotta's ascension that I've felt anything except the weight of the film canister above. The footfalls fade. Step, pause, step. Getting farther west. Always west. Toward 51.4 Drugen, 5.2 degrees. Toward the coordinates, the flare burned into every ascending skeleton. The emergency lights flicker. We need to move soon. The U5 tunnel stretches east toward the Stasi archives, and every centimeter of it is lined with reflective emergency tiles. Eliise pulls back from the wall. Her forehead's left a mark on the concrete, a small patch of condensation from her breath. The rebar words are still there. That one is my daughter. She looks at me, not at my mask, at me through the vents, same as in the cutaway. 9.8 seconds of eye contact, and neither of us ascended, which means either we got impossibly lucky or something's different. Either way, she saw me freeze for 43 minutes counting my dead daughter's footsteps, and she still pulled me into the tunnel. The emergency lights reflect off the water, green ripples everywhere. We're going to have to crawl through this, staying low enough that we can't see our own reflections. 30 meters of flooded tunnel to reach the archives. Eliise takes off her boots, ties them to her camera strap. I do the same. Better traction on wet concrete with bare feet and less chance of splashing water into a reflection. She goes first. I follow. The water's cold enough to hurt, and the glowing tiles create these patterns, geometric, hypnotic, that you have to actively not look at. Behind us, very faint now, I can still hear it. Step, pause. Step. The emergency lights reflect off the water, off the tiles, off the torn Seto veil. Eliise is clutching in one hand, and I realize the letters I wrote on the wall are visible in the rippling green light. That one is my daughter. Chapter 4. The Stasi Reading Room. The archives are exactly where the rumors said they'd be, under Normannenstrasse, former MFS headquarters. Cold War bunker converted into the largest filing system in Europe, and after the flare, someone sealed it with blast doors. We find the entrance through a maintenance shaft that hasn't been opened in years. Inside, darkness, complete. The kind of black that makes you forget where your body ends. Eliise has a wind-up torch, cranks it. The light comes on dim and yellow, and I can see rows of filing cabinets stretching into nothing. Microfilm reels. Braille indexes on every cabinet because the Stasi prepared for everything, including blind archivists. We're looking for anything about the Spiegelsaal. The rumor, just a rumor, probably bullshit, says there's a room beneath the Reichstag, MI6 and MFS joint project, Cold War black site. A room lined with perfect one-way glass where two people can stare at each other for hours without triggering the WANDERUNG, and if they manage it, the flares effect collapses globally. Sounds like fairy tale. But we're in a world where skeletons walk to Ireland, so fairy tales are just Thursday. The Braille system makes sense once you understand it. Raised dots on every real label. Subject, date, classification level. Eliise runs her fingers across them faster than I can. She worked in film archives before the flare, maybe. Or she's just better at reading with her hands than I am. We find the Cold War section. Reels and reels of pre-flare surveillance footage, interrogation transcripts, weapons projects. I'm looking for anything with Reichstag or Spiegelsaal or one-way glass in the index. Eliise finds it. Her fingers stop on a reel. She cranks the torch. The label's Braille reads, Spiegelsaal Project, Eyes Only, Terminal Protocols. We feed it into the ancient microfilm reader. Hand crank power. The screen glows green. Footage starts playing. Pre-flare, someone's birthday party, children running around with balloons, a woman with dark hair laughing at the camera, a little girl in a dress that's too big for her, spinning until she falls down. My chest goes tight. The little girl stands up, runs toward the camera, reaches for whoever's filming. The timestamp says 2016, 9 years ago, 1 year before the flare. The girl's wearing a school uniform. She's got a limp when she runs. Left leg delayed 0.7 seconds. I can't breathe. Elise's hand finds my shoulder. I don't remember reaching for the bolt on my mask, but my fingers are on it. I'm about to unlock the Totenmaske, about to see my own face for the first time in 8 years in the reflection of a microfilm reader screen. Eliise covers my helmet with her torn veil. Complete blackout. She chooses my sanity over her curiosity. The microfilm keeps playing. I can hear it. The little girl laughing. Someone singing happy birthday in German. Lotta's voice saying Danke Papa for a present I don't remember giving her. Eliise cranks the film forward. Fast. The audio blurs. When she stops, the footage has changed. Now it's blueprints. The Reichstag basement. Multiple sublevels. At the lowest level, a room marked Spiegelsaal, observation protocols. There's a note in the margin, handwritten, subject pair must achieve sustained mutual gaze without triggering ascension. Recommended trial duration, 6+ hours. Success condition, pre-existing emotional bond. Pre-existing emotional bond. Not strangers, not random selection. Two people who already footsteps, above us. In the archive stacks, Eliise kills the torch. We're in complete darkness. The microfilm reader screen goes black. The footsteps are soft, deliberate. Someone who knows how to move quietly through archives at night. I know what this is. Archivarin scouts. Dr. Beatrice Okonkwo's people. They catalog bunkers like this. Map them. Mark them for future Wander Bureau sites. Mobile confession booths where you can get an official 10.9-second gaze license and volunteer for ascension on camera. Recognition is violence. That's the Archivarin's philosophy. The Titans are humanity finally honest. Marching home without masks, the footsteps get closer. I can hear breathing now. Steady. Patient. Elise's hand finds mine in the darkness. She guides my fingers to the microfilm reel. We pull it out slowly. No sound, and she tucks it into her camera bag. The footsteps stop, one aisle over, maybe two. In the darkness, I can feel Elise's pulse. Or maybe it's mine. Can't tell anymore. But her hand stays in mine, and neither of us moves, and the veil is still covering my helmet like a blindfold, because she won't let me see footage of my daughter's 9th birthday. The footsteps start again, moving away. Whoever it is hasn't found us yet. We wait in the darkness for another 20 minutes. Then Eliise cranks the torch. One quick burst of light. The aisle is empty. But there's something on the filing cabinet next to us that wasn't there before. A mirror trap. Small handheld mirror propped at an angle. If we'd moved wrong, if we'd tried to file the reel back, we would have caught our own reflections at exactly the right angle to lock eyes for 11 seconds. Someone knew we were here, knew we were looking for the Spiegelsaal, and they set a trap we only avoided because Eliise kept me blind. She writes on the floor with her finger in the dust, "We need to leave. Now." I nod. But first I touch the film canister around my neck, Lotta's finger bone inside. The only proof she existed before her skeleton stood up. The microfilm reel in Elise's bag has footage of Lotta's birthday party. Footage I haven't seen in 8 years. Footage I may never be able to watch because seeing it might break me completely. But we have the Spiegelsaal coordinates now. We know it's real. We know what it requires. Pre-existing emotional bond. Elise's hand is still in mine as we crawl toward the maintenance shaft. And I realize with absolute clarity, I don't even know what her last name is. Don't know if she has family. Don't know why she was alone in the cadeway with a camera that's never been allowed to look at a human face. Don't know anything except that she covered my helmet with her veil rather than let me destroy myself. Above us, soft clicks echo through the archives, boot heels on concrete, getting closer again. Chapter 5. The Nightclub of Shattered Gazes. Kreuzberg still has electricity 3 nights a week. The Prism Club runs on a diesel generator and the kind of bitter determination that keeps people dancing, even when their skeletons might tear free mid-beat. Everyone wears rotating mirror ball helmets, shattered disco balls rewired to spin slowly, scattering reflections too fast to lock into a gaze. Eliise drags me onto the floor during a 3 a.m. set. I don't dance. Haven't danced since before Lotta. But she's got my hand, and the music's loud enough that I can't hear the titans creaking outside, and the mirror ball fragments scatter light across her face in pieces. Eye, cheekbone, mouth. Never the whole thing at once. The DJ's playing something pre-flare. I recognize the bass line, but not the words. Everyone on the floor is moving like they're trying to shake off their own bones. Like if they dance hard enough, fast enough, the Wanderung will forget about them. Eliise lifts her torn veil, just 3 centimeters, just enough that I can see her mouth moving. She's saying, "Stay. Not run, not hide, stay." The mirror ball helmets scatter light across the crowd, rainbow shards, moving too fast to be dangerous. I can see fragments of faces everywhere, someone's smile, someone's eye, someone's scar, but never a whole person, never 11 seconds of recognition. Eliise is wearing her Leica, still hasn't taken a photograph since the flare. But she's dancing with it around her neck like it's part of her body, and I realize this is the first time I've seen her move without fear. The floor is packed, bodies everywhere. Before the flare, this would have been dangerous. Too many people, too many chances to accidentally lock eyes. But now, everyone's got their mirror ball helmets and their lowered gazes and their desperate need to feel human for 90 seconds. I'm still wearing my Totenmaske, porcelain and Bundeswehr steel. But Elise's hand is in mine, and we're moving together through a crowd of people who chose life over safety. And for 90 seconds, I forget about the film canister around my neck. Forget about counting footfalls. Forget about 0.7-second limps. Forget about the microfilm reel in Elise's bag with footage of my daughter's birthday. For 90 seconds, I'm not surviving. I'm living. The music builds. The mirror ball helmets spin faster, light everywhere, fractured and safe. Eliise mouths stay again, and this time I nod. I'm staying. Can't leave. Won't leave. Because this woman in a torn Estonian veil pulled me out of an 8-year shutdown, and somehow I've agreed to walk to London with her, chasing a rumor about a room where 2 people can fall in love while looking. The set ends. The DJ switches tracks, slower, darker. The mirror ball helmets slow down too, rotating at exactly the speed designed to never let reflections linger. Elise's hand tightens in mine. The crowd shifts. Someone bumps into us, and in the movement, I catch a glimpse of her whole face. Not fragments, not scattered light. Her actual face for maybe 2 seconds. She's smiling. First real smile I've seen in 8 years. Then the DJ does something wrong. The mirror ball helmets lock. All of them. Synchronized. Instead of rotating separately, they all stop at the same angle, and suddenly the light isn't fractured anymore. It's focused. Every helmet is creating a killing beam aimed at the exact center of the dance floor, where we're standing. Eliise sees it the same time I do. We drop, flat on the floor. The beam passes over us, pure white light reflected from hundreds of mirror ball shards, and hits the wall behind us. The crowd scatters, people running for the exits, mirror ball helmets sparking and smoking where the beams intersected. We're on the floor, face down on dirty concrete that smells like spilled beer and 30 years of cigarette ash. The beam is still focused above us, reflecting off every surface, creating a grid of light that would have trapped us if we'd stayed standing. The DJ's screaming something about a malfunction. The generator whines. The lights flicker. Elise's forehead is pressed to the floor next to mine. Through the vents in my mask, I can see her eye. Just one eye, gray-green like Baltic water. The beam shuts off. Emergency lighting kicks in. Red. Dim. We stand. The dance floor is empty now except for one abandoned mirror ball helmet, still sparking. The DJ's gone. Everyone's gone. Just us and the smell of burned wiring and the sound of the generator struggling to keep running. Eliise picks up her Leica, checks it. The lens is fine. I check the film canister around my neck. Lotta's finger bone is still safe inside. Outside I can hear sirens. Not police. Those stopped 8 years ago. These are WANDERUNG trucks, mobile confession booths that follow the sound of disruption. Wherever people gather, wherever masks slip, the Archivarin sends her scouts. We leave through the back exit. Kreuzberg's streets are empty except for a few stragglers wearing blackout goggles and keeping their heads down. The mirror ball helmet malfunction must have triggered something in the local WANDERUNG network. Eliise leads. She knows Berlin better than I do, apparently. We cut through an alley behind a Turkish bakery that's been closed since 2019, then across a courtyard where someone's hung laundry between buildings, sheets and blankets creating a maze we can navigate without seeing sky. 2 blocks away, we stop. Catch our breath. My hands are shaking. The beam was maybe 30 centimeters above our heads when we dropped. If we'd hesitated, if we'd tried to run instead of dropping flat, Eliise writes on a wall with the grease pencil from her camera bag, "You danced with me. Not we almost died. Not that was close. You danced with me. Like it matters more than the beam. Like 90 seconds of movement, and her mouthing stay is worth more than safety. Maybe it is. Maybe that's what she's been trying to tell me since the Kadewe. That survival without living is just slow motion ascension." I write back, "For 90 seconds, she adds, 90 seconds is enough." Behind us, the WANDERUNG sirens get closer. Red lights reflecting off wet cobblestones. We need to move again. The Archivarin doesn't arrest people. She just offers them a choice. 10.9 seconds of recognition, official license, clean ascension. Titans are humanity finally honest, marching home without masks. But we've got a microfilm reel in Elise's bag that says there's another way. A room beneath the Reichstag where 2 people can stare at each other and break the flare's hold. If they love each other first. The sirens turn the corner. Eliise grabs my hand and we run, and I realize somewhere between the Prism Club and this alley, between her writing stay and me nodding. I stopped counting footfalls, stopped listening for 0.7-second limps, stopped surviving, started something else. The mirror ball helmet is still lying on the Prism Club floor when the WANDERUNG trucks arrive, sparking in the red emergency light. Chapter 6. The Brandenburger Tor Vigil. The Titan's knees brush the quadriga. Closest passage I've seen in 3 years. The thing is maybe 70 meters tall, and it's walking directly through the center of the tor, and its knees are grazing the bronze horses on top. The whole structure shakes, dust falls from the columns. There are pilgrims here, blind ones, blackout goggles and white canes and hands outstretched to feel the wind of ribs passing overhead. Eliise wants to join them. She's already moving toward the group when I catch her arm. I shake my head. She writes on my mask, "They're feeling it. Not seeing. Safe. Maybe. Maybe feeling the wind of a titan's ribs is safe. Maybe reaching up towards 60 meters of bone while blind is some kind of communion that doesn't trigger ascension. But I don't trust it. Can't trust it. The rules changed 8 years ago, and no one's quite sure what they are anymore, except that 11 seconds of eye contact means you lose your flesh. A child breaks from the group, maybe 6 years old. Blackout goggles too big for their face. They're following the Titan's shadow, walking under it, feeling the vibration through the ground. The child looks up. I see it happen. The goggles slip. Not off, just crooked enough that there's a gap, and the child's face tilts toward mine, toward the vents in my Totenmaske, and our eyes lock. 10.4 seconds. The child starts ascending. I can see the bones pushing against the skin. The child's not screaming yet. They don't understand what's happening. But the ribs are starting to crack through. Sternum first. Always the sternum. I'm moving before I think. Before I remember that touching an ascending person means touching bones sharp enough to cut through Kevlar. I grab a shard of porcelain from my mask, piece that cracked in the cutaway, and I do what has to be done. The resistance is exactly the same as Lotta's wrist. Exact same pressure. Same way the flesh gives before the bone. The child stops ascending. Goes still instead. The bones retreat. Settle. Won't walk to Ireland now. I'm holding a porcelain shard covered in red, and Eliise is pulling me back away from the pilgrim group, and the Titan's shadow is moving west and taking all the light with it. The blind pilgrims haven't noticed. Can't see. Just felt a change in air pressure, a sudden absence. We're behind a concrete barrier before anyone starts screaming. Eliise is gripping my arm hard enough to hurt through the jacket. She's not writing anything, not saying anything, just holding on while I shake. 8 years. 8 years of telling myself, if I never truly see another human again, I will never kill again. And I just broke that promise with a piece of my own mask. The child's skeleton is starting to grow anyway, slower than normal ascension because I interrupted it, but still growing. 10 meters, 15. The bones are wrong, fractured where they shouldn't be. The skull is cracked. This Titan won't make it to Ireland, will collapse somewhere in Poland, maybe the Czech border, but it's still walking, still marching west. My hands won't stop shaking. Eliise finally writes on the concrete barrier, "You didn't have a choice, except I did. I could have looked away. Let it happen. Let the child ascend clean instead of creating this broken thing that's stumbling west with a fractured pelvis and a skull that won't hold together past Brandenburg." Lotta's ascension was clean. Bones stood up perfect. 40 meters of calcium precision marching toward coordinates I can recite in my sleep. This child got mercy and a broken Titan. The pilgrim group is gathering. Someone's calling for help. Someone else is trying to measure the child, how tall the skeleton grew, how fast it's moving. They catalog this stuff. The Archivarens people maintain records of every voluntary ascension. Height, velocity, structural integrity, projected collapse point. This one won't make their records. Wrong. Interrupted. Killed before ascending. Elise's hand finds the film canister around my neck. She doesn't open it, just touches it. Reminds me it's there. Lotta's finger bone. The only piece I saved before the television cameras finally cut away. The Titan, the child's Titan, is visible above the Brandenburger Tor now. 15 meters tall and listing badly to the left. Every step is wrong. The rhythm's all broken. No one will learn to identify this one by sound because it won't survive long enough to develop a pattern. My lie died with a 6-year-old and a porcelain shard. If I never truly see another human again, I will never kill again. Except I did see them. 10.4 seconds. Long enough to recognize a child. Short enough that maybe they didn't recognize me back. Maybe they just saw a Totenmaske and never registered the eyes behind the vents. Eliise pulls me up. We need to move before the Archiveran scouts arrive. They'll want statements, want to know why an ascension was interrupted, want to catalog the deviation. We walk west, following the Titan's path, but staying far enough back that we're not in danger. The broken skeleton is stumbling. 20 meters tall now, but the bones keep fracturing. The left femur snaps. The Titan keeps walking on a broken leg, dragging it, creating a new rhythm. Step, crack, drag. Won't make it past Charlottenburg. Maybe not even that far. Behind us, the pilgrim group is dispersing. Someone's crying. Someone else is arguing about proper gaze protocol. Should the child have been wearing better goggles? Should someone have been watching closer? Should I have let it happen clean? Eliise writes on a bus shelter wall as we pass, that child would have walked for decades. You gave them hours. She's trying to help, trying to reframe it as mercy. But the porcelain shard is still in my pocket, and it's got the same weight as the film canister around my neck, and I can't tell anymore which is heavier. The child's Titan collapses 3 blocks later, 22 meters tall when it falls. Bones scatter across Kantstrasse. The skull rolls, stops against a burned-out car. Someone will collect the bones. The Archiveran's people. They'll measure and catalog and add it to the database of incomplete ascensions. They'll want to know what interrupted it, and eventually they'll figure out it was me. Elise's torn veil catches on a fence post. She tears off another piece trying to free it. At this rate, she'll have nothing left by the time we reach London. Nothing to cover her face, nothing to protect her from accidental gazes. Just her Leica and her grease pencil and whatever trust she's placing in a man who just mercy killed a child with a piece of his own mask. The sun's setting. The shadows are getting longer. Somewhere west, Titans are walking their perfect rhythms toward Ireland. Counting down decades until structural failure. But this child got hours, and I'm the one who gave them. Chapter 7. The Negative Space Lovers. The dark room is in a flooded U-Bahn station. Görlitzer Park. Someone sealed off one of the maintenance rooms years ago and converted it. Safe light, chemical trays, a clothesline for drying prints, everything you need to develop film you're not allowed to look at. Eliise has been shooting blind since the flare. Leica pointed at walls, at floors, at anything except faces. She develops the negatives and pins them face to wall. Never looks, just knows they exist. Tonight she's developing the roll from Kreuzberg, from the Prism Club. She works in the red safe light, chemicals sharp enough to burn your throat. I watch her hands move, precise, practiced. This is what she did before, what she was. The timer ticks, old mechanical thing, 60 seconds per bath. She moves the film from developer to stop bath to fixer without looking at it. Eyes on the timer, never on the images, but something's wrong. The timer's broken, stuck at 45 seconds, has been for 3 cycles now. Eliise doesn't notice, she's counting in her head, perfect rhythm, lift at 60, move to next bath, lift at 60, move. The negatives come out, she hangs them to dry, still won't look at them, but I can see one frame in the dim red light, just one. It's me, dancing. The mirror ball helmets caught my eyes in fractured prism light, and the Leica was pointed at exactly the right angle. And there I am, Leon Neumann, unmasked, eyes visible through the Totenmaske vents. First photograph of my face in 8 years. Eliise sees me looking at the negative. She moves between me and the clothesline, blocks my view, but then she does something I don't expect. She takes the negative down, pins it face to wall, and kisses the back of the paper so hard the chemicals burn her lips. I can see the red mark forming. Chemical burn. But she doesn't pull away. Just keeps her mouth pressed to the back of my image like she's trying to reach through the paper. The timer's still broken. Still stuck at 45 seconds. If the white light comes on now, if someone opens the door, if the safe light fails, that negative becomes a death sentence. My face, her face, both visible, both capable of triggering ascension if we're forced to look. But Eliise doesn't seem to care. She's still kissing the back of the print. I move closer. Not close enough to see the negative, just close enough to be next to her in the red safe light. Close enough that I can see the burn forming on her lips. She pulls back. The print stays pinned face to wall. She writes on the chemical tray with her finger in the spilled fixer. I took your picture. First time. First time she's photographed a human face since the flare. Since her lover looked at her one last time and smiled before his skeleton stood up. I write back. What did you see? She doesn't answer. Just turns off the safe light. Complete darkness. And in the darkness, she finds my hand, guides it to her face. I can feel the chemical burn on her lips. Still warm. We make love in the dark, fully clothed, never risking eye contact, never risking sight. Just hands and breath and the smell of darkroom chemicals and the broken timer ticking wrong somewhere next to us. The timer is supposed to tell us when 60 seconds is up, when it's safe to move to the next bath. But it's stuck at 45, and neither of us mentions it because mentioning it means stopping, and stopping means going back to surviving instead of living. Her hands find the bolt on my Totenmaske. She doesn't try to unlock it, just rests her fingers there. Reminds me she could. Reminds me she's choosing not to. My hands find her Leica, still around her neck, never separated from her body. I don't touch the camera. Just the strap, the paracord that's kept it safe for 8 years. We move together in the darkness. The clothesline creaks above us, negatives drying face to wall, images we'll never see, moments captured and immediately hidden. This is how you love someone in a world where recognition is violence. You photograph them blind, you kiss the back of their image, you press your forehead to rebar words in a flooded tunnel and feel their warmth through concrete. The timer ticks, wrong, forever, stuck at 45 seconds. But we keep counting in our heads, perfect rhythm, 60 seconds, always 60, even when the timer lies. Elise's burn is worse now. I can feel it against my neck. Chemicals deep enough to scar, but she doesn't pull away, just breathes against my skin through the gap where my Totenmaske doesn't quite seal. Outside the darkroom, I can hear water dripping. The U-Bahn station is still flooded, always flooded. The water level rises every year. Eventually, this darkroom will be underwater too. All the negatives pinned face to wall will dissolve into nothing. But for now, in the red darkness, with the broken timer ticking wrong, we exist. Not surviving, not hiding, just existing together in a space where sight doesn't matter. The safe light comes back on. I don't know who turned it on. Maybe Eliise, maybe it was automatic. But the red light fills the room again and I can see her face, not her eyes. We're still careful. But her cheekbone, her jaw, the chemical burn on her lips spreading. She needs to rinse that, needs to stop the chemicals before they scar permanently. But she's not moving, just lying next to me on the darkroom floor with negatives drying above us and a timer that's forgotten how to count. I get up, find the water tap. It works. Miracle of miracles. I wet a piece of her torn veil and bring it back. Press it to her lips. The chemical burn hisses. She winces, but doesn't pull away. We stay like that until the negatives are dry, until the timer finally clicks past 45 and resets to 0, until the smell of fixer is so thick we have to open the door just to breathe. Outside, the U-Bahn station is dark. The flooded tracks reflect nothing. Safe. Eliise takes down the negatives, pins them in her camera bag, still face to wall, still hidden. But now there's one more print than before, one photograph of a man dancing with his eyes visible. She'll never look at it, will never develop it properly, will never hang it anywhere except face to wall in a dark room that's slowly flooding. But it exists, proof that I was seen, proof that she looked at me through a lens and captured something. The chemical burn on her lips is going to scar. No question. She kissed the back of my image hard enough to leave a permanent mark. And I realize, that's the point. In a world where looking can kill you, the only way to prove you saw someone is to let them burn themselves into you. The broken timer is still ticking wrong when we leave. 45, 45, 45, never reaching 60, never reaching 60, never learning how to count properly again. Chapter 8. The Spiegelsaal Rumor. The refugee caravan is camped at Checkpoint Charlie. 30 people. Maybe more. All wearing masks. Porcelain, wood, blackened welder's goggles, hand-blown smoked lenses from the Lausitz glass guilds. Everyone's got their own way of refusing to see. We join them because traveling alone is dangerous. WANDERUNG trucks patrol the routes west. They stop solo travelers, offer them 10.9 seconds, offer them official licenses, offer them a choice that's not really a choice at all. But caravans are harder to stop, harder to process. The Archivaren's people usually let them pass. An old man, 70, maybe older, is telling the Spiegelsaal story to anyone who will listen. He's wearing a wooden mask carved with what look like anti-recognition runes, Thuringian style, pre-Christian symbols that supposedly confuse the WANDERUNG's trigger mechanism, superstition. But everything's superstition now. He says the Spiegelsaal is real, says it's beneath the Reichstag. MI6 and MFS joint black site from the Cold War. A room lined with perfect one-way glass where two people can stare at each other for hours without triggering ascension. Someone asks, "What's the catch?" The old man laughs. Sound like breaking pottery. He says, they have to already be in love. Before they look, before they enter the room. The Spiegelsaal only works if the emotional bond exists first. Otherwise, it's just a room full of mirrors where you ascend in 6 seconds instead of 11. Eliise is listening. I can tell because she's gone completely still. Her Leica is in her hands, not taking pictures, just holding it like a talisman. I write on her arm with the grease pencil. Fairy tale. She writes back, so are walking skeletons. Fair point. The old man keeps talking. Says he knew someone who tried it. 2 strangers. Met at a WANDERUNG booth and decided to test the rumor together. Made it into the Spiegelsaal. Got the door closed. Stared at each other for 6 seconds and both ascended simultaneously. Their skeletons grew up through the Reichstag ceiling, both 40 meters tall, both marching west within minutes. Someone asks, "How do you know this?" The old man says, "I was the MI6 technician who had to clean up the room after." No one believes him, but no one disbelieves him either. That's the thing about the flare. It made every impossible story plausible. Eliise writes on my mask, "If we were already in love," I wipe it off before she finishes. Too dangerous, too close to something real. We've known each other for what, 6 days? A week? You don't fall in love in a week while running from Titans and Archivaren scouts and your own reflections. Except she covered my helmet with her veil in the Stasi archives. Except I tackled her into a cosmetics island. Except we made love in a darkroom with a broken timer, fully clothed, never seeing each other. Except her lips have a chemical burn from kissing the back of my photograph. The old man finishes his story, says the Spiegelsaal is still there, still operational, just need to find it. Just need 2 people willing to risk everything on the chance that love is stronger than a solar flare that rewrote human retinas 8 years ago. Someone laughs, says love didn't stop the WANDERUNG before. The old man says, before, no one knew they needed to love first. Before, everyone just looked. The caravan settles for the night. People spread out sleeping bags on concrete, set up tarps, light small fires in steel drums. Someone's cooking something that smells like boiled potatoes and very old cabbage. Eliise and I find a spot away from the main group. Behind a section of the wall that's still standing, the graffiti's faded, 20-year-old paint saying things like freedom and no borders and 1989 never forget. All meaningless now. The only border that matters is the one between flesh and skeleton, between human and Titan, between staying and ascending. She writes on the concrete, "Do you believe him?" I think about it. The old man with his wooden mask and his story about cleaning up a room full of mirrors after two strangers ascended together. I write back, maybe. She writes, maybe is enough. And I realize we're actually considering this. We're actually thinking about walking to London, finding the Spiegelsaal, and testing whether 8 days of running together counts as love. It's insane. It's desperate. It's exactly the kind of plan people make when they've got nothing left to lose except their bones. Headlights. Coming from the east. Bright. Professional. Multiple vehicles. The caravan goes quiet. Everyone knows what this is. Wanderung trucks. Archiver and scouts doing their rounds, looking for refugees, looking for unlicensed gatherings, looking for people who might be planning something that contradicts the official narrative. Recognition is violence. Titans are honest. Ascension is inevitable. The old man stands up, walks toward the trucks like he's been expecting them. His wooden mask catches the headlights. The trucks stop, doors open, people in gray uniforms step out. They're wearing mirrored visors, impossible to tell if they're looking at you or through you. The lead scout speaks, voice amplified through a megaphone. This is an unlicensed gathering. We're offering voluntary licensing. 10.9 seconds. Supervised. Documented. Legitimate. No one moves. The caravans learned the trick. If you accept a license, you're accepting the Archivaran's philosophy. You're agreeing that recognition is violence, that ascension is the honest conclusion. The lead scout tries again. We're not here to force anyone. We're offering a choice. The old man laughs, that same pottery-breaking sound. He says, you're offering slavery. Wrong thing to say. The scouts move forward, not threatening, just persistent. They start separating people from the group, one by one, asking names, asking destinations, asking why they're traveling without licenses. Eliise grabs my hand. We move. Not running. Running attracts attention. Just walking. Steady pace, like we belong somewhere else, like we're not part of this caravan at all. We make it 3 blocks before we hear the megaphone again. Stop. License check. We don't stop. We turn a corner, cut through an alley. The headlights follow. Behind us, I can hear the old man shouting something about the Spiegelsaal, about truth, about how love breaks curses. The scouts are trying to quiet him, trying to get him into a truck for voluntary processing. We run. Properly run now. Elise's Leica bouncing against her chest. My Totenmaske cracking further with every jarring step. The lead line canister around my neck swings hard enough to bruise. The trucks can't follow through the alleys, too narrow, but the scouts can. I hear boots behind us, getting closer. Eliise pulls me left, through a gap in a fence into what used to be a playground. The swings are rusted, the slide's been torn down, but there's a maintenance shed at the back. Door hanging open, we dive inside, pull the door closed, hold it shut with our combined weight. Outside, boots, multiple pairs. Circling the playground, searching. Inside, darkness, complete. No windows, no light. Just us breathing hard and pressed against a door that won't lock. Elise's hand finds mine. She writes on my palm with her finger. The old man was right. I write back. About what? She writes, we need to already be in love. The scouts are getting closer. One of them tries the shed door. We hold it shut. The handle rattles but doesn't turn. In the darkness, pressed against this door, holding on while the Archivaran's people search for us, I realize Eliise is right. The Spiegelsaal only works if love exists first. And we don't have that yet. Don't have whatever it takes to stare at each other for hours without triggering the Wanderung. We just have 8 days and a broken timer and a photograph she won't look at. The scouts move on. The boots fade. After 20 minutes, we risk opening the door. The playground's empty. The caravan at Checkpoint Charlie is gone. Dispersed or processed or voluntary licensed. The old man with his wooden mask and his pottery-breaking laugh is probably in a truck heading toward the nearest Wanderung processing center. Eliise and I walk west, toward the Reichstag, toward the rumor, toward a room beneath the government that might save the world if 2 people can love each other hard enough. The graffiti on my mask from the Kadewe is still faintly visible. I owe you my bones. Below it, in newer grease pencil, Eliise has added, but I want your heart. Chapter 9. The Mirror Train. The ice is still running, sort of. Derelict train. 8 years abandoned. Someone converted it into a mobile darkroom and nightclub. Half the carriages are blackout spaces with safe lights and chemical baths. Half are dance floors with that same rotating mirror ball helmet system the Prism Club used. It runs on the old tracks between Berlin and Bremen. Automated, no conductor, just a pre-programmed route that loops every 72 hours. We board at Spandau. The train's already moving. We have to run alongside and grab the handrails and pull ourselves up while the tracks blur underneath. Inside, red light, bodies moving, music I don't recognize. Everyone's masked, everyone's dancing. Same desperate energy as the Prism Club, but mobile. Always moving. Harder for the Archivarans people to raid. Eliise leads me to the darkroom carriage. She wants to develop more film, the roll from Checkpoint Charlie, the one where she accidentally photographed the old man with the wooden mask. The darkroom's occupied. Someone else is developing prints. We wait in the corridor while the train rocks and the landscape outside turns from city to countryside. Trees, empty fields, occasional Titan visible on the horizon marching west. The Titan resonance starts small, 4 hertz, low frequency, the kind you feel before you hear. The train starts vibrating. Someone screams in one of the dance carriages. I know this resonance. The Titan's close. Close enough that its footfalls are resonating with the train's metal frame. Close enough that the black paint on the windows starts cracking, not peeling. Cracking like eggshells, like porcelain. Underneath, raw glass, reflective, lethal. The train can't stop. It's automated. It'll keep running its 72-hour loop no matter what. And sunrise is in 40 minutes. Once the sun's up, every exposed window becomes a mirror. Every reflection becomes a death sentence. People are panicking, trying to cover the windows. Someone rips down curtains that don't exist. Someone else starts smashing the glass completely. Better to have open windows than reflective ones. Eliise grabs my arm, points to the overhead storage. There are jackets, blankets, everything people brought on board. She starts pulling them down. I help. We pass them to others. Everyone's stripping, taking off shirts, scarves, anything fabric that can block light. 12 minutes to cover 8 carriage windows. The Titan's footfalls get louder, closer. The train is running parallel to it now. I can see the shadow through the cracking paint, 60 meters tall, maybe more. Walking at exactly the same speed as the train, racing us west. Someone shouts, "Magnetic lock until Bremen," meaning the doors won't open. Won't unlock until the train reaches Bremen Central. Pre-programmed safety feature, meant to keep people from falling out during transit. Now it means we're trapped in a metal tube with cracking windows and a Titan keeping pace outside. The paint's almost gone. I can see raw glass now on 3 windows, 4, 5. The reflections haven't killed anyone yet because we're moving too fast. The reflections blur and shift before they can lock into a gaze. But when sunrise comes, when the light hits right, Eliise climbs onto a seat, starts hanging jackets over the windows. I boost her higher so she can reach the top. She's working fast, precise, like she's done this before. Maybe she has. Maybe everyone on this train has covered windows while racing against Titans and sunrise. The magnetic lock indicator flashes, 28 minutes to Bremen. Sunrise is in 32. We're not going to make it. Someone in the darkroom carriage is still developing prints. I can see the red safe light under the door. They don't know what's happening, don't know the windows are cracking, don't know sunrise is coming. I pound on the door. No answer. The music's too loud. The train's too loud. The Titan's footfalls are shaking the entire carriage. Eliise jumps down. Tries the door. Locked. Darkroom protocol. You don't interrupt someone mid-development. You wait. But we don't have time to wait. I shoulder the door. Once. Twice. The lock breaks. Inside, a woman. maybe 20, wearing smoked goggles and nothing else. She's elbow deep in fixer, pulling negatives that are half developed, ruined now. Exposed to white light from the door opening, she screams. Not at me, at the ruined film. 8 years of work, 8 years of careful, live, blind photography destroyed in 1 second of white light. Eliise pulls her out. No time for apologies. We need every piece of fabric we can find. The woman's clothes are on a hook. We grab them. She tries to fight us, but Eliise holds her while I take the shirt, the pants, the underwear, everything. The woman's crying, still screaming about the negatives, but Eliise writes on the darkroom wall, "Windows or photographs? Choose." The woman goes still, understands, nods. We cover the last 3 windows, use the woman's clothes, use the darkroom curtains, use chemical-stained lab coats that smell like fixer and developer. The magnetic lock indicator flashes. 10 minutes to Bremen. Sunrise is in 8, the Titan's still keeping pace. I can hear its rhythm now, 3-beat pattern, step, step, pause. Not Lotta's rhythm, someone else's child or lover or parent marching toward Ireland. The train rocks harder. The Titan's footfalls are matching the rail joints, creating a resonance. The whole train is vibrating at 4 hertz. Low enough to make your teeth ache, low enough to make birds drop mid-flight. Someone's bleeding. Cut themselves on broken glass trying to cover a window. The blood drips onto the floor. Pools, reflects the emergency lighting. Eliise covers it with her boot, stands there, blocking the reflection. Her torn veil is completely gone now. Used to cover a window in the next carriage. She's got nothing left. Just her Leica and her grease pencil and chemical burns on her lips from kissing the back of my photograph. The magnetic lock flashes. 5 minutes to Bremen. Sunrise is in 3. The woman from the darkroom is sitting on the floor, naked, crying. 8 years of negatives exposed. 8 years of careful documentation destroyed because we needed her clothes to block windows. I sit next to her. Don't look at her. Look at the floor, at the covered windows, at anything except her face. She writes on the floor with her finger in the spilled developer, "What were you photographing?" She doesn't answer, just cries harder. Eliise sits on her other side. Writes, "We'll help you reshoot." The woman laughs, bitter sound, sharp. She writes, "Can't reshoot Tallinn Metro. Can't reshoot my lover's last smile." And I understand. She was there. She was the one holding the camera when the strobe accidentally exposed an entire metro carriage. She was the one who watched everyone ascend at once, including her lover. And she's been photographing blind ever since, documenting a world she refuses to see, and we just destroyed 8 years of that documentation because we needed her shirt to block a window. The magnetic lock releases. The doors open. Bremen Central. Sunrise hits. Every covered window holds. Every jacket, every shirt, every piece of fabric we hung stays in place. The light hits the train but doesn't penetrate. We're safe. The Titan walks past, still heading west. Step, step, pause. 65 meters tall. Ribs like cathedral archways. Empty eye sockets aimed at coordinates we can't see but all know. 51.4 degrees, 5.2 Gaudi. The naked woman stands, walks to the darkroom, closes the door. I hear her start crying again. Deeper. Rawer. Eliise writes on my mask. We owe her. I nod. We owe her clothes, her negatives. 8 years of grief documentation destroyed so a train full of people could live. The woman from the darkroom opens the door. She's wearing a chemical-stained lab coat. Nothing else. She writes on the doorframe, "Get to London. Make it worth it." Then she closes the door again. The train sits at Bremen for 20 minutes. People disembark, some stay, new people board. The cycle continues. Mobile darkroom and nightclub rolling between cities on pre-programmed routes. We get off. Bremen streets are empty except for a few early scavengers. The Titan's visible in the west, getting smaller. Still walking. Still counting down decades until structural collapse. Eliise has got no veil left. Nothing to cover her face. She's completely exposed now. If we encounter anyone, if we make accidental eye contact, if we hit 11 seconds, I take off my jacket. Tear a strip from the lining, tie it around her head, makeshift blindfold. Not perfect, but better than nothing. She writes on my mask, "I can't see." I write back, "I'll guide you." And we walk, me leading, her following, my hand in hers, heading west toward London, toward the Spiegelsaal, toward a room where two people can break the flare if they love each other first. Behind us, the ice train starts moving again, continuing its 72-hour loop. Inside, a woman in a chemical-stained lab coat is probably gathering the ruined negatives, probably trying to salvage something from 8 years of blind documentation. The sun rises fully. Bremen turns gold. Every window, every puddle, every piece of glass becomes a potential death sentence. But Eliise can't see any of it, just follows my hand, trusts me to guide her through a city of mirrors. And I realize, maybe this is how you fall in love after the flare. Not by looking, by trusting someone to guide you blind. Chapter 10, The Night the Dome Sang. The Reichstag dome is glass and steel and architectural hubris. Norman Foster designed it in the 90s. Symbol of reunification, symbol of transparency. Great big glass dome sitting on top of the German government like a jewel. Now it's a resonance chamber for titans. The dome sings, 4 hertz, every time a skeleton walks within 2 kilometers. The glass vibrates at exactly the frequency that kills birds mid-flight. We've been watching it for 3 days, learning the patterns, learning when the Wanderbureau trucks patrol, learning when the scouts do their sweeps. Tonight there's a Titan passing directly overhead, 72 meters, tallest I've seen in months. Its footfalls are shaking the entire building. The dome is singing so loud I can feel it in my chest. Eliise has a plan. Insane plan. Insane plan. But everything's insane now. There's a Wanderbureau booth set up on the Platz der Republik, mobile confession unit, one-way mirror, eyelid tremor sensors, shortwave broadcast for anyone who wants to watch official ascensions. Dr. Okonkwo's people run it 20 hours a day, licensing people, recording them, building the database. Elise's plan, redirect every reflective surface in the Reichstag dome toward that booth, create a focused beam, trigger mass ascension, collapse the local Archiveran network in one coordinated surge. It's terrorism. It's suicide. It's exactly the kind of desperate action that happens when you've been running for 9 days and you're starting to believe in rumors about rooms that break curses. We break in through the maintenance entrance, same way the scavengers do. The Reichstag's been mostly empty since the flare, government dissolved, parliament scattered, just the Archivarans people using it as a regional headquarters. Inside, scaffolding, mirrors. Someone's been storing reflective surfaces here. Hundreds of them. Looted from apartments, from department stores, from anywhere glass still exists, all facing different directions, all waiting to be weaponized. Eliise starts calculating angles. She's still wearing the makeshift blindfold from Bremen, but she's memorized the dome's architecture, knows where every support beam is, every window, every potential reflection point. I help her position the mirrors. We work in the dark, can't risk lights. The Archiveran scouts patrol every hour. If they catch us redirecting their mirrors, the Titan's footfalls shake the building. The dome sings louder. I can see cracks forming in the glass. Stress fractures spiderwebbing across the Foster design. One more footfall and the whole thing might implode. But that's the point. That's Elise's plan. Use the Titan's resonance to destabilize the dome while simultaneously focusing every reflection toward the Wanderbureau booth. Create a convergence event. Force the scouts to look at themselves in 1,000 mirrors simultaneously. Mass ascension. Broadcast live. The Archiveran's philosophy. Recognition is violence. Titans are honest, proven catastrophically right on her own equipment. We position the last mirror, 37 total, all angled toward the booth outside, all waiting for the right light. The Titan passes directly overhead. Its ribs brush the dome. Glass screams. The 4 hertz resonance builds until I can't hear anything else. Just that low frequency drilling into my skull. Eliise removes her blindfold. First time she's risked sight in 3 days. She needs to verify the angles, needs to make sure every mirror is positioned exactly right. She walks through the dome, checking, adjusting. Her Leica swings on its paracord strap. She's not photographing this, can't photograph this. Too much reflected light, too many angles. One wrong capture, and the negative becomes lethal. I watch the WANDERUNG booth through a gap in the scaffolding. 3 scouts outside, maybe 4 inside running the equipment, all wearing mirrored visors, all believing they're safe because they can't see their own eyes. But mirrors don't care what you believe. Mirrors just reflect. Eliise finishes her check, nods to me, puts the blindfold back on. We're ready. The Titan's footfalls are getting quieter, moving west, away from the Reichstag. We have maybe 10 minutes before it's out of range, 10 minutes while the dome is still singing at 4 hertz, still vibrating at exactly the frequency that makes glass unstable. I find the main lighting controls, industrial panel, pre-flare tech, still works if you know which breakers to flip. Eliise writes on my mask one last time. When the lights hit, run. I nod. When the dome floods with light, when 37 mirrors focus every reflection toward the WANDERUNG booth, when the scouts look up and see themselves multiplied 1,000 times, we need to be gone. I flip the breakers. All of them. Every light in the dome activates simultaneously. Floods the space with white. The mirrors catch it, redirect it, focus it. The beam hits the WANDERUNG booth like a spotlight. Every reflection, every angle, every possible line of sight converging on that one point. The scouts look up. Can't help it. Human instinct. Look toward the light. Their visors reflect. Bounce the beam back into their own eyes. Multiply. 1,000 versions of themselves staring back. The plaza erupts. The scouts ascend first. All 5 simultaneously. But the beam doesn't stop at the booth. It spreads, reflects off their ascending skeletons, bounces toward the crowd that's gathered to watch. Pilgrims, onlookers, people waiting for licenses, people protesting the licenses. Doesn't matter. The light finds them all. 11 seconds happens in 5. The convergence is too perfect. Too many reflections, too many angles. Hundreds of people look up at once. Hundreds of people see themselves multiplied in the chaos of light and mirrors and ascending bones. The ascension wave spreads like fire. 1 person triggers 2, 2 trigger 5, 5 trigger 20. The mathematics of recognition weaponized. The Platz der Republik becomes a forest of rising skeletons, 40 meters, 50, 60. Hundreds of them growing simultaneously. Bones cracking through clothing, ribs expanding, skulls pushing skyward. The WANDERUNG booth collapses, crushed under the weight of the first 5. The shortwave equipment sparks, catches fire, but the broadcast is still running, still transmitting. Everyone watching across Europe is seeing this, seeing hundreds ascend on the Archivern's own equipment, in her own plaza, under her own philosophy made catastrophically real. Eliise and I run down the scaffolding, through the maintenance tunnels. Behind us, the dome is screaming. The 4 hertz resonance has shifted, changed frequency. The ascending titans are adding their own vibrations, creating harmonics, destructive interference. The glass shatters, not cracks, shatters. The entire Foster Dome explodes into rain. Thousands of pieces falling like snow, like stars, like every reflection in Berlin suddenly deciding to die. We make it to the exit, dive through, hit the grass outside. The glass rain is still falling behind us. I can hear it impacting, tinkling, musical. Hundreds of titans are visible now, growing above the Reichstag ruins. 40 meters, 50, 60. Still growing, a forest of skeletons, some interlinked where people ascended too close together. Bones tangled, fused. The plaza has become a cathedral of calcium. Hundreds of ribs creating archways. Hundreds of skulls turning west toward Ireland. The WANDERUNG broadcast is still running. Camera somehow survived. It's pointing up at the ascending mass, broadcasting the convergence live to every receiver in Europe. Eliise pulls off her blindfold, stares at what we've done. Hundreds of people, scouts who believed in the Archivaren's philosophy, Pilgrims seeking licenses, protesters refusing them, all proven right or wrong in the worst possible way. Recognition is violence, and we just weaponized recognition. The Titans, hundreds of skeletons, some fused, some separate, start walking west toward Ireland, but many are unstable. Too many bones in wrong configurations from ascending too close together. Fused femurs, shared pelvises, merged spines. Most won't make it to Ireland, probably won't make it past Brandenburg, but they're walking, and everyone's watching them walk. Watching hundreds ascend simultaneously on the Archiviveran's equipment. Eliise finds something in the grass, a piece of twisted metal, from the WANDERUNG booth. The licensing equipment. She picks it up, holds it. The metal is still warm. There's text burned into it, seared by the fire. The Archiviveran's final broadcast message before the convergence. Final interview. London. She knows who did this, knows we're coming, and she's waiting. The Titans take another step. Hundreds of footfalls shaking the ground simultaneously. Somewhere in Berlin, buildings collapse. The resonance is catastrophic. Hundreds of skeletons walking as a herd, creating harmonics that destroy everything they pass. We walk away from the Reichstag, away from the glass rain, away from the ruins of the dome that sang at 4 hertz until it shattered. Behind us, the shortwave broadcast cuts out. The camera finally dies. But the damage is done. Everyone saw. Everyone knows that hundreds ascended when forced to see themselves. The Archiviveran's philosophy, recognition is violence, proven on mass scale. Elise's blindfold is off now. She's not putting it back on. She's done hiding, done refusing to see. We walk through Berlin streets, heading west, always west. Hundreds of Titans are visible on the horizon, some stumbling, some collapsing, some rising again. Hundreds of sets of bones trying to reach Ireland, trying to march to coordinates they'll never reach. The metal summons is in Elise's hand, the words burned into it. Final interview, London. We're going. We're walking into the Archiviveran's trap, walking toward London, toward the Spiegelsaal, toward a room where 2 people can break the flare if they love each other first. I don't know if we love each other. Don't know if 9 days of running and surviving and refusing to look counts as love. Don't know if chemical burns and torn veils and ruined negatives add up to the kind of bond that breaks curses, but we're going to find out. The Reichstag dome's glass is still falling, still raining down. The sound carries for kilometers. Musical. Beautiful. Like the world's largest wind chime finally deciding to die. And somewhere in that sound, I swear I can hear Lotta's rhythm. Step, pause, step. 0.7 seconds. Walking west, walking home. But maybe that's just the grief. Maybe that's just what happens when you destroy a government building and trigger mass ascension and start believing in fairy tales about rooms beneath London. Eliise squeezes my hand. We keep walking. The metal summons catches the morning light. Final interview. London. We're coming. We're walking into whatever trap the Archiviveran has prepared. We're going to find the Spiegelsaal. We're going to stare at each other for hours. We're going to test whether 9 days and a broken timer and a photograph pinned face to wall counts as love. And if it doesn't, if we ascend in that room beneath London, at least we'll ascend together. 2 more skeletons marching toward Ireland. 2 more Titans counting down decades until structural collapse. The nearest Titan from the Reichstag convergence finally falls, collapses across the spree, one of hundreds, creating obstacles, monuments, warnings. The Archiviveran's summons is branded on the metal in Elise's hand, and we walk toward it, and the glass rain finally stops, and Berlin is silent except for the sound of a continent learning to blink. Chapter 11. The Spiegelpalast carriage. The train smells like developer and sweat. Someone converted 3 Eurostar carriages into a mobile nightclub. Black paint thick on every window, prism helmets hanging from overhead racks like strange fruit. Eliise moves through the crowd with her hand on my wrist, steering me past dancers who never look at each other directly. I can feel the 4 hertz creaking through the floor. A Titan somewhere north, maybe 10 kilometers out, The bass from the speakers tries to match it, but can't. Human music is too fast, too alive. Here, Eliise says, pulling me into what used to be a sleeper compartment. Now it's a dark room, red safe light casting everything in blood tones. She's already reaching for her film. You're developing now? I say. The light's good. The light's red. That's all it is. But she's unspooling the negative from last night's chaos at the Reichstag, hands steady in a way mine haven't been since we jumped from the dome. I watch her fingers work the chemicals. Developer, stop bath, fixer. The rhythm of it is almost meditative. Then the train lurches, not a curve, not braking, a lurch that comes from below, from the earth remembering what weight means. The red safe light swings on its wire. Eliise catches the developing tray before it spills, but the fixer bottle goes over and I smell acetic acid mixed with something fouler. Paint's cracking, someone shouts from the main carriage. I move to the door. The black paint on the windows is spiderwebbing, chips falling away in the vibration. Through the gaps I can see rain, gray sky, the blurred landscape of Lower Saxony passing at 200 kilometers per hour, and in that landscape the dark vertical line of a Titan's leg. The prism helmets start to spin. They're motorized, I realize, rigged to rotate so no two dancers ever lock gazes through the mirrors. But the vibration is throwing off the timing. One helmet stutters, stops, and I see two reflections align for a heartbeat before the motor catches again. Eliise is behind me. The negative, she says. Leave it. It's you, I turn. She's holding the film strip up to the red light, and even in the monochrome I can see it. My eyes, fractured through prism glass, caught in the split second before I tackled her at Kadewe. I look afraid. I look human. Pin it face down, I say. She doesn't move. Just stares at the negative like it might explain something neither of us can say out loud. The train lurches again, harder. Glass breaks somewhere, not the windows, something inside. A prism helmet hits the floor and shatters, spraying mirror fragments across the carriage. People scramble back, but there's nowhere to go that isn't reflective. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, everything is suddenly 1,000 angles of lethal sight. I grab Elise's arm. We jump. What? Into the Elbe. We jump. She looks at me like I've lost it. Maybe I have, but I can hear the paint continuing to crack, and I know what happens when a Eurostar carriage full of mirrors locks into a single killing beam. I saw it once in France. 70 people ascending simultaneously, their skeletons tearing through the roof like grotesque fingers reaching for sky. Eliise shoves the negative into her jacket. The Leica, she says, forget it. I'm not. I kiss her. Through the torn veil, through the fear, I kiss her and taste chemicals on her lips. Developer, fixer, the bitter residue of 8 years spent photographing nothing that mattered. When I pull back, she's staring at me, and I realize we just broke our own rule. 7 seconds, maybe 8, face to face in red light. Nothing happens. The train is still shaking. The mirrors are still breaking, but we're still here, still solid, still flesh. The Leica, I say. She grabs it from the strap on the wall, the 1942 model that's never been pointed at a human face, the one she carried from Tallinn through every scavenging run and refugee camp and half-drowned tunnel. She holds it above her head like a priest with a relic. Emergency exit, I say, pointing to the window marked with a red hammer symbol. I smash the glass with my elbow. The wind hits us immediately, cold, wet, vicious. Below, the Elbe is a gray blur, swollen with rain. I can see the pilings of a broken bridge passing beneath us, the train already halfway across the river. On 3, I say. Eliise doesn't wait for 3. She jumps. I go after her, the Totenmaske still on my face, the lead canister with Lotta's bone digging into my ribs. For a moment, I'm weightless, suspended between the train and the water, and I think about how this is probably the stupidest thing I've done since the flare. Then I hit. The Elbe is freezing. The current grabs me immediately, pulls me under, spins me like I'm nothing. I open my eyes and see brown water, sediment, the vague shape of something large and mechanical, rusting on the riverbed. Not a titan, just the corpse of the old world. I surface, gasping. Eliise is 3 meters away, the Leica held above her head, her other arm working to keep her afloat. The torn veil is plastered to her face, and I can see her expression through the black fabric. Determination, terror, something like exhilaration. Behind us, the train is disappearing around a bend. I can't see if the mirror is locked. Can't see if anyone else jumped. All I can see is Eliise, treading water in the middle of a flooded German river, holding her camera like it's the only thing that matters. Swim, I say. We make for the southern bank. The current fights us, but the Titan creaking is fading, moving north, away from the river. By the time we drag ourselves onto the muddy shore, I'm shaking so hard my teeth are clicking against the inside of the Totenmaske. Eliise collapses next to me. The Leica is still dry. She cradles it against her chest, breathing hard. You developed it, I say. She looks at me. What? The negative. You kissed it. I saw you. Her lips are blue from cold, but I swear she smiles. Burned, she says. The chemicals burned my lips. I want to ask why she'd do that, why she'd kiss the back of a photograph of my eyes, knowing the acids would eat into her skin. But I already know. It's the same reason I threw my mask over her face on the Autobahn. The same reason we're here, soaked and half drowned instead of safe in Berlin. A piece of floating debris creates a ripple near the shore. For a heartbeat, the water's surface becomes a perfect mirror, reflecting the gray sky and the dark outline of a Titan's knee impossibly far above. Chapter 12. The Infant Titan. Bremen's cathedral is a ruin. The roof collapsed in the first year. A Titan brushed the spire in passing, just a grazing touch, but it was enough to bring down 4 centuries of stonework. Now the nave is open to the sky, rain pooling in the transept, moss growing over the shattered pews. We shelter in what used to be the crypt. It's dry down here, at least. Dark. The kind of dark where you can almost forget what the world looks like now. Eliise is wringing out her veil. I'm stripped down to my undershirt, trying to get the Totenmaske off so I can dry the padding inside. The bolt is rusted from the elbow. I have to work it back and forth for 10 minutes before it finally gives. When the mask comes off, I don't look at my reflection in the puddles. Old habit. 8 years of staring at walls and ceilings and my own feet. There's something here, Eliise says. She's crouched in the corner, near what looks like a collapsed section of wall. I move closer, still holding the mask in both hands like I might need to put it back on quickly. At first I think it's a child's skeleton. Then I realize it is a child's skeleton. But it's only 1.2 meters tall, maybe less. The skull is the size of a soccer ball, the femurs thin as rebar. It's lying on its side, curled up like it's sleeping. They don't stop growing, I say. They're supposed to reach 40 meters, minimum. Eliise reaches out, touches the tiny skull. Her fingers are still shaking from the cold, but her touch is gentle. This one did, she says. I kneel next to her. The bones are old, years old maybe, covered in dust and moss and the residue of rain that's leaked down through cracks, but they're intact. Whoever this was, whatever child locked eyes with someone on the wrong day, they didn't make it past 1.5 meters. Proof, Eliise whispers. Of what? That it can fail. I look at her. She's staring at the skeleton with something like hope in her eyes, and I want to tell her that one failed Wanderung doesn't mean anything. That there are thousands of 40-meter titans walking across Europe right now, marching west towards some mythical destination none of us understand. That one tiny skeleton in a Bremen crypt is an anomaly, not a sign, but I don't say any of that. Instead, I watch as she cradles the skull in both hands, lifting it carefully like it might break under her touch. She whispers something I can't hear, maybe Estonian, maybe German, maybe just sounds that don't mean anything to anyone but her. What color was it? I ask. She looks up. What? Your first memory of color. You said you'd tell me. You said you'd tell me. She sets the skull down, gentle. Her hands are still cupped around it like she's warming something cold. Baltic Sea green, she says. I was 4. My mother took me swimming off Saaremaa. The water was so clear you could see the bottom, and I remember thinking it looked like glass, like if you swam down far enough, you'd break through into another world. She's not looking at me. She's looking at the skull, at this tiny failed titan that never got to march anywhere. I tried, she says, dove down until my ears hurt, but it was just water. Just the Baltic, and when I came up, my mother was laughing at me and I felt stupid for believing in glass. I reach out, slow, telegraphing the movement so she can pull away if she wants. My hand finds her collarbone, bare skin where the veil has slipped, and I rest it there, feeling the heat of her through my palm. I believe in glass, I say. She leans into my touch, just slightly. Just enough that I can feel her pulse against my fingers, steady, alive, human. Outside, the rain keeps falling, and somewhere in Europe, maybe everywhere in Europe, the titans keep walking. But down here in the crypt, with the tiny skeleton between us, there's no creaking, no 4 hertz resonance shaking the walls, no sound at all except our breathing and the whisper of water on stone. 20 minutes. I count them in my head, matching the seconds to my heartbeat. 20 minutes of total silence. No creaking anywhere on the continent. It's the first time since the flare that I've experienced true quiet. Not the muffled quiet of hiding, not the desperate quiet of holding your breath, but actual absence of titan sound. Elise's breathing changes, deepens. I think she might be crying, but when I look at her face, her eyes are dry. She's just breathing, remembering how. Tell me about Lotta, she says. I go still. You don't have to, she adds quickly. I just thought, she limped, I say. The words come out flat. Left leg, birth defect. The doctors said they could fix it with surgery, but we kept putting it off. She was 8. We figured we had time. Eliise shifts closer. Her shoulder touches mine, and I can feel the cold of her still wet clothes through my undershirt. She loved cameras, I continue. Used to steal my phone, take pictures of everything. Pigeons, U-Bahn tiles, strangers' shoes. I'd find hundreds of photos on there, and most of them were blurry or dark or just weird angles of nothing. But she'd insist they were art. They were, Eliise says. She wanted a real camera for her 9th birthday. A film camera like yours. She saw one in a shop window in Prenzlauer Berg and wouldn't shut up about it for weeks. I stop. The rest of the memory is there, looking into Lotta's eyes, seeing her confusion turn to panic, feeling her wrist pulse under my grip as I tried to hold her still, tried to stop what was already happening. 11.3 seconds. I counted them afterwards, over and over, like counting would change anything. The titan we heard at Tempelhofer Feld? I say, the one with the 0.7 second delay in the left leg. That's her rhythm, that's her limp. Eliise doesn't say anything, just presses her forehead against my collarbone, and I feel the heat of her breath through my shirt. Not a kiss, not comfort, just presence. Just being here in this moment, in this crypt with a tiny failed titan and 20 minutes of silence. When she pulls back, she's holding something. The Leica. She points it at the skeleton, frames the shot without looking through the viewfinder. I hear the shutter click once, twice, 3 times. You're photographing it? I say. I'm remembering it, she says. There's a difference. She doesn't develop the film, just winds it back into the canister and tucks the camera away. The tiny skull stares up at us with empty sockets, and I think about all the children who didn't fail. All the ones who grew to 40 meters and kept walking, kept creaking, kept marching towards some Celtic land of the dead that probably doesn't even exist. The silence breaks with a single massive creak, distant, north, but unmistakable. The titans are walking again. Elise's hand finds mine in the dark. She squeezes once and I squeeze back, and neither of us says what we're both thinking, that maybe the silence was a gift. Or maybe it was a warning. Chapter 13, The Bone Flute Temptation. Gent looks like something from a medieval painting. The Gravenstein Castle rises over the city canals, gray stone and darker shadow, and I can hear the Nockenspieler before we even reach the gates. They're playing. The sound is wrong. Not quite music, not quite screaming. It's somewhere in between. High-pitched, resonant, drilling straight into your spine like it knows where all your vertebrae are and wants to count them. We should go around, I say. Eliise doesn't answer. She's staring at the castle gates, and I can see her hands trembling, not from cold this time, from something else. Eliise. They have something, she says. We don't need anything from a cult. They have. She stops. Starts again. I heard them in Bremen, traders talking. They grow instruments from the bones. I know where this is going. Feel it in my gut like a fist. No. They know names. They catalog. Every titan that passes through Belgium, they record it, and they grow. They make. No, I say again. Harder. She finally looks at me. Her eyes are desperate, wild, and I realize she hasn't been sleeping. Not really. I've been so focused on keeping us moving, on following the Archivaren's summons to London, that I haven't noticed the way she jolts awake every few hours, the way she stares at nothing. I just want to see, she says. They'll ask for payment. I know. Eliise. She's already walking, through the gates, across the courtyard, toward the sound of bone flutes. I follow because leaving her alone with cultists feels worse than whatever's about to happen. The Nockenspieler are set up in the main hall, 20 of them, maybe more, arranged in concentric circles. They're all wearing the same thing, black robes, white porcelain masks shaped like featureless faces, gloves made of what looks like human leather. The flutes are long, thin, yellow-white, femurs, I think, or maybe tibias. They're playing them in perfect unison, and the sound makes my teeth ache. One of them sees us, stops playing. The others continue for a few bars, then fall silent one by one. Pilgrims, the one who stopped says. His voice is muffled behind the porcelain, but I can hear the smile in it. Or seekers? Neither, I say. Liar. He tilts his head bird-like. Everyone who comes here seeks something. The only question is what? Eliise steps forward. You have records, she says, of the titans, the ones that pass through here. We have everything, the man says. Every name, every rhythm. Like every bone that walks west carries a story, and we remember them all. Tallinn, Eliise says. Spring of year 1. The metro. There was a... She can't finish. I watch her throat work, watch her hands clench into fists. The man is silent for a moment, then he gestures to someone at the back of the hall. They disappear through a side door and return carrying a wooden case, velvet-lined. Inside is a flute, smaller than the others, more delicate. The bone is lighter, almost translucent. Radius, the man says, estimated height at ascension 62 meters. Collected 4 years ago near Cologne. The rhythm matches your description. He pauses, and the DNA matches our records from Tallinn. Eliise reaches for the case. Her hands are shaking so badly she nearly drops it. Wait, I say, what's the price? The man's mask tilts toward me. One gaze. No. Not at me, he says, at the truth. We ask only that she play the flute, that she remember what was lost, and that she truly look at what remains. Eliise lifts the flute to her lips. I don't think. Just move. My hand closes around the bone, and I rip it away from her mouth. The flute snaps, thin radius bones splintering in my grip. Pieces fall to the floor, and I hear Eliise make a sound like something dying. You bastard, she whispers. We're leaving. That was him. That was... I know. You had no right. I had every right, I say. I grab her arm, start pulling her toward the door. The Nockenspieler don't try to stop us. They just watch, silent behind their masks, as I drag Eliise through the courtyard and back toward the gates. Behind us, they start playing again. This time it's different. Not music, not screaming. It's the sound of voluntary ascension, 20 people deciding, in perfect harmony, to look at each other, to trigger the Wanderung, to become the music instead of playing it. I don't look back, just keep walking, keep pulling Eliise, as the sounds behind us turn wet and heavy, the creak of bones tearing free, the wet slap of flesh hitting stone. The first groaning rise of new titans beginning their march. "Let me go," Eliise says. "No." "Leon." I said no. We make it through the gates as the first skeleton clears the castle walls. 60 meters, maybe 70. I can hear it settling into rhythm, the creak of joints finding their walking pattern. In a few hours it'll join the others, marching west. Eliise finally stops fighting me. Just goes limp, dead weight in my grip. I ease her down against the canal wall and she curls into herself, shaking. "I just wanted to hear him," she says. Her voice is small, child small. "Just once. I wanted to remember what he sounded like." I kneel in front of her. Want to say something comforting, something that'll make this hurt less, but I've got nothing except the truth. "It wasn't him," I say. "It was just bones, just calcium and marrow and the memory of DNA. Whatever he was, whatever you loved, it's not in that flute." She looks up at me. Her eyes are red, but she's not crying. "Then where is it?" I don't have an answer, so I do the only thing I can think of. Pull her close, let her bury her face in my shoulder, hold her while she shakes. The Totenmaske is digging into my ribs, and I can feel her breath hot against my collarbone through my shirt. Not a kiss, not comfort, just being here. Above us, the new titans are finding their rhythm. 20 of them, marching in perfect unison, their creaking harmonizing in a way that sounds almost beautiful. The remnants of the radius flute are scattered on the cobblestones behind us, white fragments catching the light like broken teeth. Chapter 14. The Hanover Revelation. The bunker is older than the flare. Cold War vintage, built when people still thought nuclear holocaust was the worst thing that could happen. The entrance is hidden under a Titan highway, a stretch of Autobahn where the skeletons walk so frequently that the asphalt has started to buckle and crack under their weight. We find the hatch during a march. 3 Titans passing overhead, close enough that I can see rust on their ankle joints. The vibration shakes loose a metal plate half buried in mud, and underneath is a ladder leading down. "Should we?" Eliise asks. The Titans' footfalls are causing microquakes. I can feel them through my boots, each step a small earthquake. Another 30 seconds and we'll be directly under their path. I go down first. The ladder is slick with condensation, 20 meters, maybe more. At the bottom is a corridor, concrete walls, emergency lighting that somehow still works, drawing power from God knows where. The floor is wet, not damp. Wet. Ankle-deep water that smells like rust and old copper. "It's flooding," Eliise says from above me. "Come down anyway." She does. We stand in the water, listening to the creaking overhead. Down here it's different, amplified, resonant. The whole bunker is acting like a sound chamber, turning 4 hertz into something you feel in your bones. The corridor leads to a control room. Monitors dead, keyboards covered in mold, filing cabinets half submerged. But there's a safe in the corner, one of those old mechanical ones, the kind that doesn't need power, and someone left it open. Inside are files, plastic sealed, watertight, German on one side, English on the other. I pull them out, and even through the plastic I can see the classification stamps. Geheim, top secret, eyes only. "What is it?" Eliise asks. I open the first file, start reading. 5 pages in, I have to sit down. "Leon? It wasn't a solar flare," I say. "What?" "The flare, the thing that rewrote our retinas. It wasn't natural." I flipped through more pages. It was a test, Anglo-German joint project. They were trying to develop a non-lethal crowd control weapon, something that would trigger a fear response through direct eye contact. They called it Blickverbot, gaze prohibition. Eliise is reading over my shoulder. Her breath comes faster. What went wrong? They tested it on volunteers first, low-level exposure. Everything seemed fine. Then they tried field testing. Berlin, Manchester, a few other cities. Small doses, just enough to see if it worked in real-world conditions. I find another page. Someone miscalculated. They didn't account for atmospheric bounce. The beam reflected off the ionosphere, amplified. By the time they realized what was happening, it had blanketed the entire European continent. And the Wanderung? I keep reading. Side effect. They expected fear response, eye aversion. What they got was this. I gesture at the ceiling, at the creaking above. The retinal rewrite was supposed to be temporary, 48 hours max. Instead, it triggered something in human DNA. Something old, something that recognized the gaze as a threat and responded by ejecting the skeleton. Eliise is quiet for a long moment. Then, the Spiegelsaal. I find the relevant section. MI6 and MFS joint project. They built it after the test results came back wrong. A room where they could study the effect under controlled conditions. One-way glass so observers could watch without triggering the response. I pause. They ran 53 trials. Every single one ended in ascension. Then it doesn't work. Wait. I'm reading the final page now. Trial 54. 2 subjects, pre-existing romantic attachment. They lasted 7 hours, no ascension. But, I trail off. But what? They needed to be in love before the gaze, not falling in love during. Before. I look up at her. The Spiegelsaal only works if both people are already in love when they enter the room. The bunker groans. Another Titan passing overhead, this one heavier. The water is rising. I can see it lapping at the next step on the filing cabinet. In 8 hours, maybe less, this whole place will be sealed. Eliise sits down next to me. Our knees touch under the water, and I feel the cold of her through my pants. Are we in love? She asks. I don't answer. Can't answer, because the truth is I don't know. I know I can't leave her. Know I'd throw myself in front of a Titan if it meant keeping her alive. Know that every time she touches me, I feel like I'm remembering something I forgot how to do. But love? We have 8 hours, she says, to figure it out. The water is at our shins now. Another footfall shakes the bunker, and somewhere deep in the structure, I hear concrete crack. Chapter 15. The longest night on the Autobahn. The rain starts at sunset, not gentle, not gradual. 1 minute the sky is gray, the next it's falling in sheets. We're on the Autobahn, the old A2, heading west, and within 10 minutes the road is covered. Not just wet, covered. Mirror smooth, reflecting everything. We need to get off the road, I say. Where? Good question. Both sides of the Autobahn are flat land, fields, nothing higher than your knees. No shelter, no overpasses. Just open space and the distant silhouette of Titans marching parallel to the highway. The rain is turning the asphalt into glass. Down, I say. What? Get down. On your stomach. Now, I drop, pulling her with me. The rain hits my back, soaking through my jacket in seconds. I can see our reflections in the water, distorted, vague, but there. If we lift our heads, if we look up at all, we'll see sky. And sky is mirror now. We have to crawl, I say. 2 kilometers to the service station. Leon, 2 kilometers. Don't look up. Don't stand. Don't do anything except follow me. I start moving. Elbows and knees, dragging myself through water that's ankle deep and rising. The Totenmaske scrapes against the asphalt, and I can hear the porcelain grinding down. Behind me, Eliise is crawling. I can hear her breathing, harsh, panicked. 30 meters in, her veil catches on something. I hear the fabric rip, hear her make a small sound of pain. When I look back, the veil is gone, torn completely away. Her face is exposed to the rain, to the mirror road beneath us. Don't look down, I say. I can see. Close your eyes. I can see myself in the... I move back to her. Fast. My hand finds the Totenmaske, and I start working the bolt. Rusted. Stubborn. But fear is making me strong, and after 10 seconds of fumbling, it gives. The mask comes off. For the first time in 8 years, I'm unmasked. The rain hits my face, cold, hard, real. I can feel every drop, every impact. And I can feel Eliise staring at me, though I keep my eyes locked on the asphalt instead of her. Leon, she whispers. I put the mask over her face. It's too big, designed for a Bundeswehr helmet, not a bare head. But I wedge it into place, and suddenly her face is hidden behind Prussian porcelain. Keep crawling, I say. You're not... I said, crawl. She does. I follow, watching her back, not looking at anything except the wet fabric of her jacket. My face is naked, exposed. Every drop of rain feels like an accusation. I haven't seen my own reflection since the flare. Haven't dared. And now I'm crawling through a mirror road with nothing between me and my own face except willpower. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look. I see it. Just for a second. My reflection wavering in the water. Thinner than I remember. Older. Stubble I haven't shaved in months, because what's the point? Eyes that look like Lada's. Same shape, same color, same way of seeing things. I close my eyes, keep crawling blind. Elise's hand finds mine. She's stopped moving, and when I risk opening my eyes, she's turned around, facing me. The Totenmaske is in her hands, and I can see her face beneath it, rain-wet, pale, terrified. "What are you doing?" I say. She brings the mask to her mouth. Kisses the inside, right where my mouth would be if I were wearing it. The porcelain is wet from rain and my sweat, and I watch her lips press against it, soft, deliberate, intimate. "Eliise, keep moving," she says, but she doesn't put the mask back on. Just holds it like a shield between us, and we crawl the rest of the way like that. Two strangers separated by porcelain and rain, neither looking at anything except each other's eyes. When we reach the service station, abandoned, half collapsed, but dry, I realize we've been crawling for 3 hours. My elbows are bleeding, my knees are bruised, and my face is still naked, still exposed. Eliise hands me the Totenmaske. "Here, keep it, Leon. I don't need it anymore." She stares at me, rain dripping from her hair, mixing with something that might be tears. "What if you're wrong?" "Then I'm wrong." She reaches out, slow. Her fingers touch my cheek. First time anyone has touched my bare face since the flare. Her skin is cold from the rain, but her touch is gentle, tentative, like she's afraid I'll break. "You look like her," she says. "I know. That's why you wore the mask. I know." She pulls her hand back, looks at the porcelain Totenmaske in her other hand. "Then I'll wear it," she says, "for you." She puts it on. The bolt won't fasten without a helmet, so she just holds it in place with one hand. We sit like that in the dry service station, listening to the rain hammer down outside, and I realize the Autobahn is going to stay a mirror until morning. One upward glance would end us, but down here in the dark, with her face hidden and mine finally free, we're safe. Or maybe we're just pretending to be. Chapter 16, 20 Silent Minutes. The gondolier is waiting at the canal edge when we reach Bruges. Old man, face hidden behind a mirrored eye patch that catches the streetlight and throws it back in fractured pieces. He doesn't speak, just gestures at the boat with one gnarled hand. "How much?" I ask. He holds up one finger. "One what? Euro? Bullet? Can of food?" He taps his eye patch, points at me, at Eliise. "One glance," Eliise says quietly. "No." The gondolier shrugs, starts to push away from the dock. "Wait," Eliise says. She steps into the boat before I can stop her. "We'll pay." "Eliise, after," she tells the gondolier. "When we reach the other side, one glance, direct eye contact. You have my word." The old man considers this, then nods, pulls away from the dock with Eliise already seated, leaving me no choice but to follow. The canal is glass smooth. Houses line both sides. Medieval, ornate, every window a potential reflection. But there's no creaking. That's the first thing I notice. No 4 hertz hum vibrating through the water. No distant footfalls, just the splash of the pole and the lap of water against stone. "Do you hear it?" Eliise whispers. I don't hear anything. Exactly. She's right. For the first time since the flare, since Lada, since Kadewe, since every moment of the past 8 years, there's no Titan sound, just silence. Pure, empty, acoustic void. The gondolier pulls us deeper into the canal system, past bridges, past moored boats covered in tarps, past a square where someone has set up a tent city, refugees sleeping under blackout fabric. None of them move, like they're afraid to disturb the silence. Eliise is still wearing the Totenmaske. I can see her hands trembling where they rest in her lap, not from cold, but from something else. She's holding the Leica, though there's nothing to photograph in this darkness. Sing something, I say. She turns the porcelain face toward me. What? You said you knew an Estonian lullaby. Sing it. I don't. Please. The gondolier pulls around a corner. The canal narrows here, buildings pressing close on either side. Their windows are mirrored, but in the dark, they're just black squares. Safe. Eliise starts humming. It's not words at first, just melody, low, repetitive, the kind of thing that sounds like it's been sung for centuries. After a few bars, she adds her voice, and even though I don't understand Estonian, I can feel what the song means. Something about sleep, about water, about being held. She leans forward. The Totenmaske is still between us, but she presses it against my throat while she sings. I can feel the vibration of her voice through the porcelain, through my skin, into my bones. She's singing into me, making me the instrument. The silence holds. I close my eyes and count. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Still no creaking. It's like every titan in Europe has stopped moving at once. Like they're all standing perfectly still, listening to Eliise sing. At 20 minutes, she stops. The silence continues for another 3 heartbeats. Then, distant, so distant I almost think I'm imagining it, I hear a single creak. North. Maybe Germany. Maybe farther. It's over, I say. Eliise pulls back. I know. The gondolier pulls us to the opposite bank, a small dock, half-rotted, next to a building that might have been a warehouse once. He ties off the boat and turns to us, waiting. Your payment, Eliise says. The old man nods. She removes the Totenmaske, slowly, and I see her face in full for the first time since the Autobahn, pale, sharp-featured, with eyes that look like storm water. She stares directly at the gondolier's mirrored eye patch. Look at me, she says. The gondolier reaches up, touches the edge of his eye patch. Don't, I say. He lifts it anyway. Underneath is scar tissue. Empty socket. He lost the eye years ago, long before the flare. There's nothing there that can see, nothing that can lock gazes. He's been ferrying people across Bruges for 8 years, accepting payment in glances he can never collect. Eliise stares into his empty socket for a full 30 seconds. Then she puts the Totenmaske back on and steps out of the boat. The gondolier pulls away without a word. I watch him disappear into the dark, his mirrored eye patch catching the last of the streetlight, and I think about all the people he's carried. All the glances he's been promised, all the payment he can never receive. That was cruel, I say. That was mercy, Eliise replies. We walk through Bruges in the dark, past canals, past refugees, past buildings that haven't been occupied in years, and somewhere, everywhere, the Titans start walking again. The silence is over, but for 20 minutes we remembered what quiet sounded like. Chapter 17. The Channel Tunnel that breathes. The tunnel entrance is a mouth. That's what I think when I see it. Just a massive concrete mouth swallowing the rail line into darkness. The sign overhead says Channel Tunnel, Calais Terminal, but half the letters are missing, shot off or fallen away in the years since anyone maintained this place. We're really doing this? Eliise says. You have a better idea? She doesn't answer. Just adjusts the Leica strap around her neck and starts walking toward the entrance. Inside, it's pitch black for the first 100 meters. Then the emergency lighting kicks in, dim, yellowish, spaced far enough apart that we're walking through alternating pools of light and shadow. The rail line is still there, tracks rusted but intact. Next to it, some enterprising survivor has built a rail bike, 2 bicycle frames welded to a metal platform, wheels fitted to run on the tracks. Someone left this for us? Eliise asks, or they died before they could use it. We climb on. It takes a few tries to get the rhythm right, pedaling in sync, keeping the bike balanced on the narrow rails. But once we're moving, it's almost smooth. The tunnel stretches ahead, ruler straight, disappearing into darkness. For the first hour, nothing happens. Just pedaling. Just darkness. The Leica bounces against Elise's chest with each rotation, and I focus on that rhythm instead of thinking about the million tons of water above us. Then the tunnel starts to breathe. That's the only way to describe it. The walls contract, just slightly, just enough to notice. The air pressure changes. My ears pop. Did you feel that? Eliise asks. Keep pedaling. It happens again, stronger this time. The whole tunnel contracts, and I hear something crack in the distance. Not the sharp crack of braking, but the slow grinding crack of immense weight shifting. Tighten, I say. Above us. How far above? Too close. The tunnel contracts again, the emergency lights flicker, and I see it now. Water seeping through cracks in the concrete. Just a trickle at first, then more. Then a steady stream running down the walls. We need to go faster, Eliise says. We pedal harder. The bike picks up speed, wheels screaming on the rusty tracks. The tunnel is contracting with every footfall above us, each step causing a microquake, each quake widening the cracks. Water is pooling on the tracks now, splashing up as we ride through it. 10 kilometers in, the bike hits a section of warped track. The front wheel jumps and we nearly flip. I manage to keep us upright, but the Leica swings wild on its strap, and Eliise makes a small sound of panic. "The camera," she says. "Forget it." I can't. Another contraction. This one's strong enough that chunks of concrete rain down from the ceiling. One piece hits the bike's platform, and I feel the impact through my feet. The tunnel is collapsing, slowly, inevitably collapsing. "We have to swim," I say. "What? The bike won't make it. Look." Ahead, the tracks are completely submerged. Water is rising fast, knee-deep, waist-deep, higher. In another few minutes, this whole section will be flooded. We abandon the bike, slip into the water, freezing, filthy, tasting of rust and oil and things I don't want to think about. Eliise holds the Leica above her head with both hands, like a priest carrying a relic through a river. 30 kilometers, I say. Just keep swimming. We swim in darkness. The emergency lights are behind us now, and ahead is nothing except black water and blacker tunnel. I can hear Elise's breathing, harsh, panicked, and I realize she's not a strong swimmer. She's barely keeping her head above water, and the Leica is weighing her down. "Give me the camera," I say. "No, Eliise, I'm not losing it. I'm not losing him." I understand. The Leica has been pointed at her dead lover's face, has captured the moment before his skeleton stood up, has been carried from Tallinn through every horror of the past 8 years. It's not just a camera, it's proof he existed. "Then let me help you," I say. I move closer, get my arm under hers, supporting her weight. We swim like that, awkward, slow, but together. She keeps the Leica above water, and I keep her above water, and somehow we make progress. The tunnel groans, a massive, deep groan that sounds like metal screaming. Another Titan footfall, this one so close I swear I can feel the skeleton's toes pressing through the ceiling. Water pours in, not a trickle, a waterfall. The ceiling has cracked open somewhere ahead, and the channel is flooding in with the force of a broken dam. "Dive," I say. "What?" "Dive down. Under the waterfall, it's the only way." We go under. The water is so cold it feels like knives. I can't see anything. Just dark. Just pressure. Just the sensation of Elise's body against mine as we swim blind through flooded tunnel. My lungs are burning. My arms are giving out. And I think, distantly, that this is probably how I die. Drowned in the channel tunnel, 30 years old, never having looked at my own face in a mirror since Lada. Then we surface, on the other side of the waterfall, coughing, choking, but alive. The tunnel ahead is drier, still wet, still collapsing, but passable. Eliise is still holding the Leica above her head, and somehow impossibly, it's still dry. "How much farther?" she gasps. "I don't know. Lost track of distance kilometers ago, but I can see light ahead. Faint, gray, but definitely light. Either the English side or death." I'm too tired to care which. We swim toward it. The water is at our necks when I feel the tunnel contract one more time. Massive. Final. The whole structure groaning like it's giving up. I grab Eliise, pull her close, and we swim for the light as the tunnel behind us collapses. We make it out 30 seconds before the entrance seals. Dover cliffs. Gray sky, rain. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Eliise collapses on the mud, the Leica clutched to her chest. I can hear her laughing, wild, unhinged, the kind of laugh that's one step from screaming. "We made it," she says. I look back at the tunnel. Water is pouring out of the entrance, mixed with chunks of concrete. In another hour, the whole thing will be completely flooded. No one else is coming through. We're the last. Above us, a titan's leg passes, so high up it looks like a building walking. The creaking is audible even through the rain, and I feel it in my bones like always. But it's moving away. West, toward whatever destination they're all marching toward. The broken Leica is still dry in Elise's hands. Chapter 18. The Archiveran's Mobile Confessional. They catch us outside Brussels, not gently. 5 of them wearing Archivaran uniforms, black tactical gear, mirrored visors, weapons that look like they were designed for riot control in a world that doesn't exist anymore. They surround us in a pedestrian tunnel, and the lead one, woman, short, built like a wrestler, gestures for us to follow. The Archivaran wants to see you, she says. We're going to London, I say. Yes. She knows. That's why she wants to see you. They march us through Brussels, past ruined buildings, past refugee camps, past squares where people are lined up for gaze licenses. The wander bureaus are everywhere here. Mobile confession booths on flatbed trucks, one-way mirrors glinting in the gray light. I can see people inside them, staring at their own reflections, counting down from 11. How many voluntarily ascend? Eliise asks. The lead guard doesn't answer, just keeps walking. They bring us to a converted Eurostar train, parked on a dead track surrounded by more guards. Inside, it's been gutted and rebuilt, mirrors covering every surface, cameras in every corner, and in the center carriage, a booth. Glass walls, metal chair, and equipment, sensors, monitors, screens showing feeds from across Europe. The guards push us forward, into the booth. The door seals behind us with a hydraulic hiss, and I realize we're trapped inside a mirror cube. Every wall is reflective. Every surface is a potential killing site. A speaker crackles to life. The Archiveran's voice, I've never heard it, but I know immediately it's her. Calm, clinical, the kind of voice that's used to being obeyed. Leon Neumann, she says. Eliise Kurg, please, sit. Through the one-way glass I can see banks of monitors. The Archivaran is watching from somewhere else, a control room maybe, or another carriage, safe behind layers of glass and distance. You broke my operation in Berlin, she continues through the speaker. Redirected the dome's mirrors, caused hundreds to ascend. That was impressive. We were leaving anyway, I say. Were you? She leans forward and I can see her reflection in a dozen mirrors, multiplied endlessly. Or were you coming to me? Because that's what everyone does eventually. They come to me, seeking permission to see. We don't need your permission, Eliise says. Don't you? Through the speaker I hear a switch flip. The mirrors shimmer, and I realize they're lined with sensors, tracking our eye movement, our blink rate, our pupil dilation. I'm going to conduct a test. 10.9 seconds. If you can look at each other for that long without triggering the Wanderung, then perhaps you're right. Perhaps you don't need permission. And if we refuse, then I seal this booth and leave you inside until you die of thirst. Your choice. I look at Eliise. She's still wearing the Totenmaske, but I can see her hands clenching into fists. The Leica is around her neck, and I notice one of the guards eyeing it hungrily. Fine, I say. We'll do your test. The Archivaran sits back. Remove your masks. Eliise hesitates. Then slowly, carefully, she lifts the porcelain away. I see her face, really see it, not in darkness or rain or quick stolen glances, but fully lit and unavoidable. She looks terrified. She looks determined. She looks like someone I could love. 10.9 seconds, the Archivaran says. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, begin. I stare into Elise's eyes. They're gray. That's the first thing I notice. Not blue, not green, but the gray of Baltic seawater in winter. There are flecks of darker gray around the pupils, and her left eye has a tiny scar cutting through the eyebrow above it. 5 seconds. I can see her retina adjusting, can see the way her pupils dilate slightly, the way her eyelids want to blink but don't. She's counting in her head. I can tell because her breathing sinks to seconds. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. 8 seconds. The booth is completely silent except for our breathing and the crackle of the speaker. I hear reports coming through from somewhere beyond the glass. Titan velocity reduction, sector 7. But it's background noise. All I can focus on is Elise's eyes. 10 seconds. Her lips move, mouthing something. I think it's my name. 10.9 seconds. Nothing happens. 11 seconds. Still nothing. The archiverin leans forward. I can see her reflection in the mirrors multiplied, all of her staring at us with the same expression of disbelief. Keep going, she says. 12 seconds. 15. 20. Eliise starts crying, just tears running down her face, but she doesn't blink, doesn't look away. I feel my own eyes burning, but I don't close them, don't break contact. 30 seconds. Through the speaker, I hear more reports. Multiple Titans slowing. Velocity reduction 15%. Sector 9 reporting decreased creaking. 1 minute. I can't see the archiverin, but I imagine her somewhere beyond the glass, standing, pressing her hands against a monitor, watching us break everything she believed. How? Her voice comes through the speaker, barely a whisper. Because love existed first, I say, not looking away from Eliise, not breaking the gaze. That's how. 2 minutes. Eliise mouths, I love you. I mouth back, I know. At 3 minutes, I hear a sound beyond the glass, a hand slamming against something. Then the archivarin's voice again, quieter now. You're free to go. The booth door opens. The guards step aside. We walk out, still staring at each other, navigating by memory and trust, and I hear reports continuing through speakers in the walls. Titan velocity reduction, now 20%. Multiple sites reporting cessation of creaking. We make it outside before we finally break the gaze. Eliise collapses against a wall, shaking. I kneel next to her, and she grabs my hand, tight, desperate. That was real, she says. I know. I know. Behind us, inside the Eurostar, I hear the archivarin give an order through the speaker system. Broadcast it. Show them. Show everyone that the couple broke the gaze. And just like that, we become the most dangerous people in Europe. Chapter 19. The Spoon and the Vomit. Dover Cliffs at dawn. We've been walking all night, guided by a refugee caravan that keeps its distance. Everyone wants to see the couple who broke the gaze, but no one wants to get close enough to test it themselves. Eliise finds a supply cache hidden in a concrete bunker. Military rations, mostly, water purification tablets, and a mess tin spoon, dented and scratched, but still reflective. Don't, she says when she sees me pick it up. Too late. I'm already looking. My face stares back at me from the spoon's convex surface, distorted, stretched, but unmistakably me. 8 years older than the last time I saw myself. Thinner, harder, with eyes that look too much like Lotta's and a scar cutting through my left eyebrow that I don't remember getting. I'm 34 years old, and I look 50. The spoon falls from my hand. I'm on my knees before I realize I'm moving, and then I'm vomiting. Everything in my stomach, everything from the past 8 years, coming up in violent heaves that leave me shaking. Leon. I vomit again, and again, until there's nothing left except dry heaves and the taste of bile. Eliise kneels next to me, doesn't touch me, just sits there while I shake, while I cough, while I try to remember how to breathe. I thought I'd look different, I finally say. Different how? Like someone who deserves to be alive? She's quiet for a long moment. Then she stands, picks up the torn remains of her veil, and wraps it around my head, covering my eyes, blindfolding me. Come on, she says. Where? London. You're going to trust me to get us there. Eliise, you trusted me in the tunnel, in Brussels, on the Autobahn. Trust me now. I let her guide me, her hand on my elbow, her voice in my ear, telling me when to step, when to duck, when to stop. We walk through Dover like that, me blindfolded, her leading, and I realize this is what the Spiegelsaal requires. Not just love, but trust so complete you'd walk blind through the end of the world. We pass other survivors. I can hear them whispering, pointing. That's them, the ones who broke it. Some sound hopeful, Others sound angry, like we've somehow cheated, somehow broken rules that were supposed to be absolute. They're going to expect answers, Eliise says quietly. I don't have any. Then we'll figure them out together. The veil smells like rain and chemicals, and Eliise, I keep it wrapped around my head for the entire walk, and when we finally stop, somewhere in London, I think, though I'm not sure, she unties it slowly. You can look now, she says. I open my eyes. We're in a square, Trafalgar maybe, though most of the landmarks are gone, and surrounding us are hundreds of people, all of them staring, all of them wanting to see if the rumors are true. They want proof, I say. Then let's give it to them. Eliise takes my hand, leads me to the center of the square, and we stand there facing each other unmasked and unafraid, while 500 people watch to see if we'll survive, looking at each other one more time. We do. Behind us, the Thames flows, and somewhere in my mind, I know what comes next. Chapter 20. The Resurrection of Sight. The Thames at noon. The water is gray-brown, churned up by recent flooding, and I'm standing on Westminster Bridge with the cracked porcelain Totenmaske in my hands. You're sure? Eliise asks. No. Then why? Because if I don't do this now, I never will. We're on the southern half of the bridge. The northern half collapsed years ago. Below us, the Thames moves slow and thick, and I can see my reflection in it, wavering, indistinct, but there. The Totenmaske is lighter than I remember. 8 years of wearing it, and I never noticed how much it weighed. Or maybe I'm just stronger now. I hold it over the railing. The porcelain is cracked from the Autobahn, chipped from Brussels, worn down from 1,000 hours of grinding against asphalt and concrete. It's barely recognizable as the 1903 Prussian death mask it started as. Goodbye, Lotta, I whisper. Then I let go. The mask tumbles end over end, catches the light once, a flash of white against gray water, then hits the surface. For a moment it floats, bobbing in the current like something alive, like it's trying to swim back to me. Then it sinks. How do you feel? Eliise asks. Lighter. You look. She pauses, searching for the word. Free. People are stopping to stare. We've been on shortwave radio all night, the couple who broke the gaze. Everyone in Europe knows our faces now, or thinks they do. Some approach carefully, reverently, like we're holy. Others keep their distance, suspicious. One woman, maybe 40, wearing a patchwork mask made of mirror shards, calls out, "Prove it. Prove you can look." We already did, Eliise says, in Brussels, with the Archivarin. We saw the broadcast. So why do you need proof again? The woman's hands tremble. Because if you can do it, maybe I can. Maybe my daughter can. Maybe. She stops, starts crying behind her mirror shard mask. Maybe we can stop hiding. Eliise looks at me. I nod. We face each other again, in front of 500 people, maybe more, in broad daylight on Westminster Bridge with nothing between us except air and hope. I stare into her eyes. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Someone in the crowd gasps, then another. Then a ripple of sound, whispers, cries, laughter. I can hear masks coming off, hear people daring to look at each other for the first time in 8 years. At 1 minute, the woman with the mirror shard mask removes it. Her face is scarred underneath, self-inflicted, I think, from years of wearing sharp edges against her skin. But she's smiling. It's over, she whispers. It's actually over. Not over. Not yet. But something has shifted. Some collective understanding that maybe the Wanderung isn't absolute, that maybe humanity can learn to see each other again. Eliise breaks the gaze first, turns to the crowd. It only works if you already love each other, she says. Before the gaze. That's the rule. Then how do we fall in love, someone asks, if we can't look? The same way we did, I say, in darkness, through trust, by choosing each other before we ever saw each other. It's not a complete answer. It's not even a good answer. But it's all we have. We walk through London unmasked, past checkpoints where guards stare at us but don't stop us, past markets where vendors whisper, past a children's playground where a little girl is teaching her brother to look at her eyes, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds. Testing, learning. Where are we going? Eliise asks. The Spiegelsaal. We finish this. And if it doesn't work, then we tried. She takes my hand. We walk like that through the city. No masks, no veils, no protection except each other. And every person we pass sees us, really sees us. For the first time in 8 years, being seen doesn't mean death. Survivors are beginning to test the rumor. I see a couple in an alley staring at each other nervously. A group of teenagers taking turns looking at each other's faces, counting aloud. An old man removing his blackout goggles and blinking in the light. The porcelain Totenmaske bobs once in the Thames current, then disappears beneath the surface. Die Wanderung, Act 3, The Spiegelsaal, Chapter 21. The Thames that looks back. The Jubilee line smells like rust and standing water. 8 years of neglect will do that. Turn the underground into something that breathes wrong. Elise's hand is warm in mine, fingers interlaced tight enough that I can feel her pulse against my knuckles. We're walking blind. Not metaphorically. She's got what's left of her veil wrapped around my eyes because 2 stops ago I saw myself in a service mirror someone forgot to paint over, and I spent 6 minutes dry heaving against the tile wall. 12 steps, she says. Her voice echoes off the tunnel walls. Then left. I count. My boots scrape concrete. Somewhere above us, London is learning to look at itself again. But down here it's just us and the fluorescent hum of emergency lighting that shouldn't still work but does. The MI6 entrance is behind a false electrical panel. Elise's hands leave mine. I hear her fingernails scraping metal, then a click that's too precise to be accidental. Cold air rushes out. Different cold, the kind that's been sealed away. Stairs, she says. I reach out, find the railing. It's smooth under my palm, worn down by hands that don't exist anymore. We descend. 43 steps. I count them all because counting is the only thing keeping my brain from replaying the mess tin spoon, from seeing my own face after 8 years of porcelain. The blindfold comes off at the bottom. I blink. Wait for my eyes to adjust. We're in a corridor that shouldn't exist. Concrete walls lined with observation glass. One-way mirrors. Hundreds of them. Small ones, large ones. Entire wall sections that reflect nothing back. Eliise is staring at me. Not at the glass. At me. What? I say. You look? She stops. Touches my jaw. Real. I want to laugh, but it comes out as something else. My reflection is everywhere and nowhere. The glass shows Eliise perfectly, her torn veil hanging loose around her shoulders, her eyes red-rimmed from the channel crossing. But where I should be, there's just slightly off-center perspective, like the mirrors are calibrated to refuse me. They're rigged, Eliise says, reading my confusion. Archivaren's work. If you hesitate, if you stop moving, they reverse. Two-way. I touch the nearest panel. It's cold, flawless. I can see my hand but not my wrist. How long do we have? Don't know. She's already moving deeper, but she knew we were coming. The corridor branches. Left leads to what looks like old holding cells. Right descends further. There's a smell coming from the right path, not decay exactly, more like sealed time. Air that hasn't moved since before the flare. We go right. The descent is gradual. 20 meters. 30. My ears pop. The observation glass gives way to plain concrete, then back to glass, then to something else. Panels that shimmer wrong, that seem to show depth where there shouldn't be any. Eliise stops so suddenly I almost collide with her. The corridor opens into a small antechamber, 6 meters across, concrete floor, a single metal door at the far end, submarine-style wheel lock, and covering every other surface, ceiling, walls, floor around the edges, perfect mirror glass. I see myself, all of me, everywhere. 30 versions of Leon Neumann, 34 years old, unmasked, hollow-eyed, standing in an antechamber that wants to be a kaleidoscope. My stomach lurches. I taste copper. Eliise catches my arm before I can double over. Don't, she says. Sharp, not unkind. Don't look at yourself. Look at me. I do. Her face blocks out the multiplied reflections. I focus on the small scar above her left eyebrow, shrapnel from Talon, she told me once, the way her pupils are blown wide in the dim light. The fact that she's not letting go of my arm. Breathe, she says. I breathe. The door, I manage. She nods, pulls me forward. We move as one unit through the antechamber, and I keep my eyes locked on the back of her head. The Leica swings from her shoulder, broken, useless, carried anyway. When we reach the door, she guides my hand to the wheel lock. Together, she says. We turn it. The metal screams. Rust flaking under our palms. It takes both of us, full body weight, to break the seal. When it finally gives, the door swings inward on hinges that haven't moved in decades. Beyond it, darkness. Then light. Motion-activated floods snap on. I blink against the sudden glare. When my vision clears, I see it. 6 meters by 6 meters. A perfect cube. Every surface, walls, ceiling, floor, covered in flawless one-way glass. From inside, you'd see only yourself reflected infinitely. From outside, you'd see everything. The Spiegelsaal. Eliise steps forward. Her boot touches the threshold. I follow. The moment we're both inside, something clicks. A timer starts counting down on a small digital display mounted above the door. 60, 59, 59, 59, 58. An hour, Eliise says quietly. She's staring at the glass walls, at our reflections, perfectly rendered, infinitely multiplied. After that, it reverses. Two-way. I turn to face her. My hands are shaking. She sees them shake, reaches out, takes both my hands in hers. Ready? She asks. No, not even slightly. I can still taste vomit from the last time I saw my own face. I can still feel Lotta's wrist under the porcelain shard. I can still hear the sound her bones made standing up. But Eliise is here, and the glass is waiting, and somewhere above us, titans are still walking. I squeeze her hands. Yes, I lie. She smiles. Not the careful smile she's been using for weeks, the real one, the one that makes her eyes crease at the corners. Then she lets go of my hands and steps back 3 paces. We're standing in the center of the 6-meter cube. The timer reads 59:12. Our reflections stretch away into impossible distance, fractal and perfect. Eliise looks at me. I look at her. The gaze begins. Chapter 22. The Room of Perfect Reflection. The first second is easy. We've looked at each other before, quick glances, half-stolen moments in dark rooms and drainage tunnels. The first second is just extension, proof of concept. The second second is harder. My eyes want to drift, to check the timer, to look at my own multiplied face in the peripheral glass. Elise's pupils are fully dilated now. I can see my reflection in them. Miniature, inverted, singular. Third second, her breathing changes. Slower. Deliberate. I match it without meaning to. Fourth, my left eye twitches, wants to blink. I don't let it. Fifth, the Leica slips off her shoulder, hits the ground with a crack that echoes. Neither of us look down. Sixth, something in my chest loosens. Not my lungs, something behind them. Seventh, Elise's jaw tightens. I see the muscle jump. She's thinking about her lover, the one who waved. I know because I'm thinking about Lotta. Eighth, the timer is at 58:45. We're 20 seconds in. Ninth, my vision starts to tunnel. The glass walls fade, there's only her face. Brown eyes, scar above the left eyebrow, the small chip in her front tooth I've never seen before because she's never smiled this close. 10th, she's crying, silent. Tears running down both cheeks, but her eyes never close. 11th, nothing happens. We pass 11 seconds. 12, 15, 25. The world doesn't end. My bones stay inside my skin. Hers do too. Somewhere distant, maybe in Berlin, maybe in Bremen, a titan's footfall shakes loose 60 years of dust. But here, in this glass cube under the Thames, we just keep looking. At 30 seconds, I start seeing things. Not hallucinations, memories. Her memories. I don't know how. Maybe it's the glass, maybe it's the fact that we've spent 3 weeks learning each other's breath patterns, but I see Talon, the metro carriage, her finger on the camera strobe, the flash, the way her lover turned his head at the last second, how his smile stayed perfect even as his skeleton started moving. She's seeing mine too. I can tell because her breathing hitches exactly when Lotta's name surfaces in my mind. 53 seconds. The TV cameras, the way the producers didn't cut away, how they kept rolling because Apocalypse makes good television, The timer reads 57:03. We're almost 2 minutes in. My eyes are screaming. Dry. Every cell begging to blink. I don't. Eliise doesn't either. Her tears are drying in tracks down her face, leaving salt residue that catches the light. 3 minutes. My peripheral vision is gone completely. The glass cube doesn't exist. The timer doesn't exist. London doesn't exist. There's only her face, and behind her face, everything she's ever lost. 4 minutes. The muscles around my eyes are cramping. Small fires. I breathe through my mouth. She does the same. Our breath fogs the air between us but doesn't break the gaze. 5 minutes. Her pupils contract, expand, contract again. I can see the mechanism, the iris pulling tight, releasing, responding to memories instead of light. When she thinks about the bone flute in Ghent, her left pupil stutters. When I think about the Totenmaske hitting the Thames, both of mine do. 6 minutes. I taste blood, bit my cheek without noticing. 7 minutes. Elise's hands are fists at her sides, knuckles white. She's not looking at my eyes anymore. She's looking through them, into the 8 years of porcelain, into every moment I refuse to see myself. 8 minutes. I'm doing the same, seeing every photograph she pinned face to wall, every negative she developed and refused. The running tally of all the people she couldn't remember because she couldn't look. 9 minutes. The timer reads 51:47. We're alone with ourselves in glass infinity, and the titans are, wait, I listen. Not with my ears. With the space behind my sternum where I've been counting Lotta's rhythm for 8 years. The 4 hertz creak that resonates through Berlin's bones. The soundtrack of the end of the world. It's slower, not stopped, not even close. But the interval between footfalls is longer, 0.7 seconds, maybe 0.8. Enough that if I wasn't listening for it, I'd miss it. Eliise knows. I see the recognition flicker across her face. The slight relaxation in her shoulders. The titans are slowing because we're here, because we're looking. Because somewhere in the quantum mechanics of rewired retinas, attention matters. 10 minutes. The timer reads 50 exactly. We're halfway to the glass reversing, halfway to being visible from outside. If anyone's watching, I blink, finally. Involuntarily, 3 times fast, my eyes flood with relief, moisture, oxygen, the small mercy of closed lids. When I open them, Eliise is still there, still looking. She blinks twice in response. Synchronization, 11 minutes. The crying starts again. Not hers this time. Mine. I didn't know I could do this. Didn't know there was enough water left in my body after 8 years of dust and concrete, but it comes anyway. Hot. Messy. Blurring my vision just enough that her face becomes soft around the edges. She doesn't wipe her eyes. Neither do I. We let the salt water fall and keep looking through it. 12 minutes. The memories are sharper now. I see her childhood. Baltic coast, gray water, a wooden dock that smelled like tar. She sees mine. Mitte before the flare, Lotta's school on Torstrasse, the specific shade of yellow the building was painted. 13 minutes. My legs are shaking. We've been standing still too long. She shifts her weight, left foot to right. I mirror her. We're learning to move while looking. Small calibrations, breathing as communication. 14 minutes. The timer reads 46:23. The glass is still one way, still showing us only ourselves. But something's changed in the quality of the reflection. It's more insistent now, more present, like the mirrors are impatient for their reversal. 15 minutes. Elise's lips part. She's going to speak. I see the decision form before the words do. My entire body tenses because we haven't spoken in 15 minutes, and I don't know if sound will break whatever this is. I see you, she says. Her voice is wrecked. Raw from disuse and the channels swim and 3 weeks of controlled silence. But it's clear, definite. I see you too, I say, and the world doesn't end again. Chapter 23, the first hour. 30 minutes in, my nose starts bleeding. Not dramatically, just a thin line of red from the left nostril, warm and copper tasting when it reaches my upper lip. Eliise sees it. Her eyes track the blood's progress down my face. She doesn't look away, doesn't tell me to break the gaze to clean it. I let it drip. 40 minutes. The timer reads 2015. Her hands aren't fists anymore. They're open at her sides, fingers slightly curved like she's holding invisible weight. I realize I'm doing the same thing. Muscle memory from carrying Lada, from carrying camera equipment, from carrying 8 years of avoidance. The blood drips onto the glass floor. A small red constellation at my feet. My reflection shows it perfectly. Me, unmasked, bleeding, staring. All the versions of myself I've refused for so long, finally visible. 45 minutes. Elise's left eye is bloodshot. Burst capillary, maybe. Or just strain. The white around her iris is laced with red threads. It makes her look ancient, younger. Both. I think about Lada's last expression, the exact microsecond when she understood what was happening, how her mouth formed my name, but no sound came out because her vocal cords were already separating from her skeleton. Elise's face doesn't change, but I know she sees it, sees the memory play across my pupils like film. 50 minutes. We're 10 minutes from the glass reversing. The one-way mirrors are warming up for their transformation. I can feel it. Subtle vibration in the walls. Frequency just below hearing. The shortwave radio crackles. It's outside the Spiegelsaal, mounted somewhere in the antechamber. Old military equipment. The sound carries through the open door. Tightens at 10% velocity reduction. I repeat, 10%. Elise's eyes widen fractionally, and if not enough to break the gaze, just enough to show me she heard it too. 10%. Not much, but measurable. Real. The Titans are slowing because we're here. Because love existed before the looking. Because the Archivaran was wrong about everything. 52 minutes. My knees are going. 8 years of carrying the Totenmask's weight, and now my legs are deciding they're done. I lock them, force the joints to hold. Eliise sees the micro sway and compensates, shifts her own weight forward, creating some kind of counterbalance through attention alone. 54 minutes. More memories. Hers this time. The first photograph she ever took, age 7, her grandmother's hands shelling peas. The way the light came through the kitchen window in Tallinn. How she knew, even then, that catching moments was the only magic that mattered. I see all of it. She's showing me deliberately, now. Offering memories like evidence, proof that she existed before the veil, before the Leica that couldn't look. 56 minutes. I give her mine in return. Lada's birth. The hospital in Midda with the broken heating. How she came out screaming and perfect, and I counted her fingers twice to make sure. The way she smelled, milk and copper and something else. Something that was just her. Tears again. Both of us, synchronized. The salt water runs into our mouths. We swallow and keep looking. 58 minutes. The timer reads 0214. The glass walls are definitely vibrating now. I can see it in the way our reflections shiver. Slight distortion at the edges, like reality is preparing to renegotiate. Leon, Eliise says, my name. First time in an hour. It sounds different coming from her mouth while she's looking at me. More solid. More real than anything else in the cube. Yes, I say. Don't look away. I won't. When the glass reverses, I know. They'll see us. Let them. 59 minutes, 1 minute left. The vibration is audible now, low hum at the threshold of perception. Our reflections are splitting at the seams. I can see through the glass to the antechamber beyond. The observation perspective is shifting. The mirrors are deciding what they want to be. Eliise, I say, yes. I see Lada in your eyes. She doesn't flinch, doesn't break, just nods once. I see your lover in yours. The timer hits 0. The glass reverses. One way becomes two-way. The infinite reflections collapse into singular perspective. The mirrors show us to anyone watching from outside. But there's no one outside. Just the empty antechamber and the shortwave still crackling about velocity reduction. We keep looking. 1 hour and 30 seconds. The world remakes itself around the fact of our gaze. Somewhere in Berlin, a Titan's footfall lands softer than it should. In Bremen, another one's knee joint creaks at a different frequency. In Ghent, the Nokenspieler stopped playing their bone flutes because the resonance is wrong. 1 hour and 1 minute. My face is completely numb. Blood dried on my chin. Eliise's bloodshot eye is weeping clear fluid now. Not tears, just eye water. Biology trying to protect itself. 1 hour and 2 minutes. She smiles. Not the careful smile, not the survivor's smile, the real one. The one that shows her chipped tooth and the small wrinkles that appeared during 3 weeks of squinting through veils. The smile that says, "We did it. We're doing it. We're not stopping," I smile back. 1 hour and 3 minutes. The shortwave crackles again. Reduction. Multiple reports. Someone confirm. 15%. They're slowing faster. The math is working. Love before looking. Recognition without violence. All the things the archivarian said were impossible, proven wrong in a glass cube under London. 1 hour and 5 minutes. I'm not counting anymore. The numbers don't matter. There's only her face and the fact that we're both still here, bones inside skin, hearts beating in rhythm we didn't choreograph but found anyway. The gaze holds. The third hour, 2 hours in, language comes back. Not full sentences, just words. Offerings. I say yellow because that's the color of Lotta's school building. Eliise says gray because that's the Baltic in November. I say porcelain. She says veil. We're cataloging what we've lost by naming it while looking. The glass walls settled into their two-way configuration. We can see through them now, the antechamber beyond, the corridor leading back to the Jubilee line. If anyone came down here, they'd see us perfectly. 2 people standing in a glass cube staring, bleeding slightly, alive. No one comes. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Eliise says, "Your hands." I look at my hands. Still at my sides, still curved around invisible weight. She's right, they're shaking. Micro tremors from adrenaline and locked muscles and the sustained impossibility of the gaze. "Your shoulders," I say. She rolls them slightly. The movement is small enough that her eyes never leave mine. Just a tiny adjustment. Relief flooding through her upper back. I see it happen in her face, the subtle relaxation, the fraction of tension that dissolves. 2 hours and 30 minutes. The shortwave, 20% confirmed across Western Europe. 20%. The Titans are walking at 80% speed, not stopped, but measurably, undeniably slower. Somewhere in Germany, people are hearing the difference in the creak. The 4 Hz resonance is off by almost a full Hertz now. Cathedrals are vibrating wrong. The flat North German plain is singing a different song. 2 hours and 45 minutes. My vision is doing something strange. Not failing, clarifying. I can see individual pores on Elise's face. The tiny scar on her left eyelid, a single gray hair mixed into the brown at her temple. Details I couldn't have seen before because I was never allowed to look this long, never allowed to let my eyes settle and truly focus. She's seeing the same thing in me. I can tell because she says, "You have gold." "What?" "In your eyes. Small flecks. Gold and green." I didn't know that. 8 years of avoiding mirrors means I don't know what color my eyes are anymore, but she knows. She's looking close enough to see metal in irises. "You have a freckle," I say. "Right edge of your left iris. Brown." She blinks slowly. Agreement. 3 hours. The timer stopped counting at 0 mode, but I'm tracking time by the shortwave broadcasts. They come every 15 minutes now. Different voices, different languages, all saying the same thing. The Titans are slowing. My legs give out. Not dramatically, just a slow collapse. Knees unlocking, weight shifting, the inevitable result of standing still for 3 hours. I go down. Eliise goes down with me. We end up sitting cross-legged on the glass floor, facing each other, the gaze unbroken. This is better, sustainable. We should have done this from the start. 3 hours and 10 minutes. She reaches out, slowly, telegraphing the movement so I can track it in my peripheral vision. Her hand finds mine, fingers interlacing, warm, solid, real. We're holding hands and looking at each other, and the world is still here. 3 hours and 20 minutes. I say the thing I've been thinking for 2 weeks. I love you. German first, ich liebe dich. Then English, because she taught me Estonian lullabies in Bruges, and turnabout is fair. I love you. Her hand tightens in mine. She doesn't say it back immediately, takes her time, lets the words sit in the air between us, testing their weight, making sure they're real and not just survival instinct wearing love's clothes. Then, Ma armastan sind, Estonian, her first language, the one she was speaking when the metro carriage flashed, the one her lover heard last. I love you too. 3 hours and 30 minutes. The shortwave, 25% reduction. Titans are static. Then a different voice, younger, excited. It's working. We're working. The gaze is working. The Spiegelsaal is working. Every impossible thing the Archivarin tried to prove wrong is proving itself right in a glass cube under the Thames. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Eliise says, tell me what you see. You. No, really. What do you see? I look, really look, not just at her face, but at what's behind it. The architecture of her attention, the way she's assembled herself from grief and film chemistry and Estonian winter. The fact that she's choosing to be here, choosing to keep looking, choosing me. I see someone who survived Tallinn, I say. I see someone who kept taking photographs no one was allowed to see. I see someone who saved my life in Kadewe by grabbing a veil full of Swarovski glass. I see someone who learned Braille with me in a Stasi archive. I see someone who danced in a nightclub while wearing a mirrorball helmet. I see someone who dragged me through the Elbev. I see someone who's been teaching me how to be seen again. She's crying, silent, steady. The tears catch light from the floods. Your turn, I say. She takes a breath. I see someone who gave me his porcelain mask on the Autobahn. I see someone who smashed a bone flute because he chose my future over my grief. I see someone who counted Titan footfalls for 43 minutes because he recognized his daughter's rhythm. I see someone who threw away 8 years of hiding because I needed protecting. I see someone who's been letting me remember what color looks like. 3 hours and 50 minutes. We're sitting on glass, holding hands, crying, looking. The Titans are walking at 75% speed. The world is relearning how to see itself. The shortwave crackles one more time. Different voice. Older. Familiar. This is Beatrice Okonkwo, the Archivarin. Elise's hand goes rigid in mine. We don't break the gaze. Just listen. I am watching your feed. Pause. Static. I was wrong. Silence. Then the sound of movement. Something being picked up. Put down. A mirror, maybe. Or a mask. I was wrong about everything. The broadcast cuts. Doesn't come back. 4 hours. We keep looking. Because we can. Because we want to. Because there's nothing left to hide behind. Chapter 25. The photograph that was allowed to look. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Eliise says, I'm taking your picture. You don't have a camera. I have eyes. She's smiling. The real smile. The one that means she's figured something out. Some piece of the puzzle that's been missing since Tallinn. Talk me through it, I say. Frame 1. She's using her photographer voice. Clinical. Precise. The one that means she's working. Aperture f2.8. Natural light from the floods. Subject Leon Neumann, unmasked, sitting cross-legged on glass, holding my hand. His face is... She stops, recalibrates. His face is the most honest thing I've ever seen. I don't look away. Don't deflect. Just let her take the picture with her eyes. Frame 2. Tighter crop, just the eyes. Gold and green. Flecks of metal. The dried blood on his chin is out of focus but present. This is the frame I would have printed if I could. The one I would have pinned face outward. 4 hours and 45 minutes. She's still going. Frame 3. Wide angle, the whole cube. 2 people in glass infinity. Their reflections multiply, but they're only looking at each other. The Leica is on the floor between them, broken, irrelevant. This is the frame that explains everything. I'm crying again. Can't help it. She's doing the thing she's been dreaming about for 8 years, taking a photograph of a human face. Not on film, not in a dark room, but in the permanent, unflinching storage of memory. Frame 4. Portrait orientation. His hands, the way they're holding mine, the tremor in his fingers, the scar on his right thumb from a porcelain shard. These hands killed a child at the Brandenburger Tor to prevent suffering. These hands threw a mask into the Thames. These hands are good hands. 5 hours. Frame 5. The moment right now. This exact second. The way he's looking at me while I describe the photographs I would have taken, the permission in his eyes, the way he's saying yes without speaking. This is the frame I'll remember when I'm dying. She stops, takes a breath. Her hand is still in mine. That's the roll, she says. 5 perfect frames. Never needs developing because it lives here. She touches her temple with her free hand, then her chest, and here. The negative that doesn't exist, I say. We got the negative that doesn't need to. 5 hours and 15 minutes. I say, my turn. You're not a photographer. No, but I spent 8 years looking at nothing, so I know what seeing actually costs. She nods. Permission. Frame 1, I say. Eliise Kurg in the cateaway, her veil caught on Swarovski crystal, 9.8 seconds of direct eye contact. The fear in her face, the trust, both at once. That's the frame that changed everything. 5 hours and 20 minutes. Frame 2, the Berliner ensemble. Her grease pencil writing on my mask, I owe you my bones. The way her fingers lingered on the helmet bolt. First intimacy, first permission to be touched. Frame 3, Tempelhofer Feld drainage tunnel. Complete darkness. Her bare forehead pressed to the words I wrote in rebar. That one is my daughter. The heat of her skin. The way she chose to feel my grief instead of see it. 5 hours and 30 minutes. Frame 4, Prism Club, Kreuzberg. 90 seconds of dancing without meeting reflections. The moment she lifted her veil 3 centimeters and mouthed, "Stay." The frame where I realized I was living instead of surviving. Frame 5, right now, this second. The way she's looking at me after describing every photograph she wished she could have taken. The completion in her face. The way her photographer's wound just healed while staring at me. This is the frame that means we won. 5 hours and 45 minutes. She's crying harder now. Good crying, relief crying. The kind that means something fundamental just shifted in the architecture of her soul. It lives here, I say, touching my own temple. And here, my chest. The negative that doesn't need to exist, she says, because we're the film now. 6 hours. We sit in glass silence. The shortwave hasn't crackled in 30 minutes. No updates, no velocity reports. Just us and the floods and the infinite multiplication of 2 people who learned how to see each other. Her grip loosens, not letting go, just relaxing. The death grip of survival becoming the handhold of choice. We can let go anytime. We're choosing not to. Thank you, she says. For what? For letting me take your picture. Thank you for taking it. 6 hours and 15 minutes. I realize something. You completed it. What? Your arc, your wound. If I keep taking perfect photographs no one is allowed to see, someone will eventually remember I existed. You just took 5 perfect photographs and you're letting me see them. You're letting yourself be remembered. She goes very still. Processing, then nods once. Slow. Definite. Yes, she says. I did. The photographer who couldn't look at her subjects just took a full roll of perfect portraits while maintaining 6 hours of direct eye contact. The man who wore porcelain for 8 years just let himself be photographed into permanent memory. We're both healed, not fixed, not undone, but healed. The wounds are still there, will always be there, but they're not driving anymore. We are. 6 hours and 30 minutes. The glass walls are perfectly clear now, 2-way and stable. If anyone walked into the antechamber, they'd see us perfectly. 2 people sitting on a glass floor, holding hands, looking at each other like it's the only thing that matters, because it is. Chapter 26, The Archivarin's Confession. 6 hours and 45 minutes. The shortwave crackles back to life. Not a broadcast, not an update, just sound. Breathing, close to the microphone. Ragged. Wrong. Elise's eyes flick toward the door. I squeeze her hand, bring her attention back. We don't break the gaze, just listen. I am watching. The Archivarin's voice, Beatrice Okonkwo, Nigerian-German ex-BND psychiatrist, the woman who spent 8 years proving that recognition is violence. I have been watching for 6 hours and 45 minutes. More breathing. Static. The sound of something being set down. Picked up. Set down again. You are still alive. 7 hours. We don't respond. Just keep looking. Elise's bloodshot eye is weeping again. My nose started bleeding somewhere in hour 5. We're a mess. We're perfect. I built the Wander Bureaus, the Archivarin says. I issued 10,000 gaze licenses. I cataloged 17,000 voluntary ascensions. I believed. She stops. The microphone catches a wet sound. Crying. I believed the Titans were honesty. I believed masks were mercy. I believed you would die in that room. 7 hours and 15 minutes. My hand is cramping. I don't let go. Neither does Eliise. I was wrong. Silence, long enough that I think the broadcast cut. Then, I am removing my mask now. The sound changes. Fabric moving, straps being undone, metal clasps clicking open. 8 years of the Archivarin's face hidden behind mirrored observation gear. And now she's taking it off while we listen. I'm looking into the camera. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Elise's grip tightens. We both understand what's happening, what the Archivarin is choosing. I'm looking at myself in the monitor, at my own eyes. Direct, unflinching. Pause. I have been wrong for 8 years. The breathing gets worse, faster, panicked, but her voice stays level, clinical. The psychiatrist documenting her own ascension. 11 seconds. Nothing happens. Of course nothing happens. The wandering only triggers on eye-to-eye contact between two people. Staring at yourself in a mirror isn't recognition, it's just narcissism. But the Archivarin doesn't know that. Or maybe she does. Maybe she's testing something else. She stops, restarts. I need to see someone, really see them, the way you two are seeing each other. 7 hours and 45 minutes. The microphone picks up movement, footsteps. She's walking somewhere. The shortwave is mobile. She's carrying it. There is someone outside my truck. A woman. She has been waiting 3 days for a gaze license. She believes her daughter is walking in Saxony. She wants to join her. More footsteps. A door opening, wind sound, then a new voice. Dr. Okonkwo? Look at me, the Archivarin says. What? Please, look directly at me, for as long as you can. Silence. I imagine the woman's confusion. The 3 days waiting for a license, and now the Archivarin is asking for something else entirely. Something unthinkable. Are you sure? The woman asks. Yes. 8 hours. I don't break the gaze with Eliise, but I'm listening so hard my ears hurt. The shortwave crackles with ambient sound, wind, distant creaking, the woman's nervous breathing. I'm looking, the woman says. Keep looking. The Archivarin's voice is gentle now, not clinical. Human. Tell me what you see. I see a woman, tired. Your eyes are, pause, brown, very dark. You have a scar on your forehead. You're crying. Yes, keep going. You look like you haven't slept in years. You look like you're carrying something too heavy. The woman's voice breaks. You look like me. 8 hours and 15 minutes. I see you, the Archivarin says. I see someone who loves their daughter enough to die for her. I see someone who's been waiting 3 days in the cold. I see someone brave. Silence. Just breathing. 2 women looking at each other outside a Wander Bureau truck somewhere in Europe. Then, how long has it been? The woman asks. 2 minutes. We passed 11 seconds. Yes, nothing happened. No, nothing happened. 8 hours and 30 minutes. The woman starts crying. Loud. Ugly. Relief crying. The Archivarin joins her. Both of them sobbing into the shortwave while Eliise and I sit in our glass cube, still looking, still holding hands. I have been so wrong, the Archivarin says through tears. I thought recognition was violence. I thought the masks were mercy. I thought... She can't finish, just cries. It's okay, the woman says. It's okay now. No, it's not. I have killed. I have encouraged. The Archivarin's voice dissolves into static and grief. 17,000 people, 17,000 voluntary ascensions, because I told them it was honesty, because I told them the Titans were going home. 8 hours and 45 minutes. The crying stops. Breathing slows. The wind sound continues. Then the Archivaran speaks again, voice wrecked but steady. I am going to make this right. How? The woman asks. By looking at you, really looking, while holding every face I sent to die, all 17,000, all at once. If recognition can save, maybe it can also condemn. Maybe I can trigger my own Wanderung through sheer weight of guilt. That's not. Please step back. 20 meters. When I fall, run. 9 hours and 15 minutes. Silence. Just wind. Then the Archivaran directly to the woman 20 meters away. Look at me. Keep looking. I need you to see this. She starts counting. 1, 2, 3. Her voice doesn't waver. 4, 5, 6. Steady. Deliberate. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9 hours and 30 minutes. The sound that comes through the shortwave isn't human. It's bone. It's the specific frequency of skeleton separating from flesh. It's the 4 Hz creak amplified and compressed into a single moment of transformation. The Archivaran screams, not pain, recognition. The sound of someone seeing themselves completely and paying the price. Then, impact. Footfalls, growing. The creak gets louder, deeper, slower. The frequency drops as the skeleton expands. 40 meters. 50, 60, 70, higher. Still going. 100 meters, 110, 120. The largest titan ever recorded, growing from the woman who denied that love could save anyone. 9 hours and 45 minutes. The footfalls stop. The creaking changes. Not walking, falling, controlled, deliberate. The Archivaran's 120-meter skeleton is lowering itself down. The impact shakes the Spiegelsaal. Glass rattles, floods flicker. Eliise and I rock forward but don't break the gaze. Just ride the shockwave together. The short wave picks up the aftermath. The woman screaming, other voices joining. Chaos. Then someone grabs the radio across the Thames. She's across the entire... It's a bridge, another voice says. The Titan is a bridge. 10 hours. We keep looking. Because the Archivaran just proved everything and paid for everything in a single act of recognition. Because 17,000 people died thinking masks were mercy, and she chose to ascend without one. Because her skeleton is lying across the Thames like penance made architecture. The shortwave goes quiet, just static. No more broadcasts, no more updates. Just Eliise and me in a glass cube, holding hands, looking at each other while London learns to walk across the bones of the woman who tried to make anonymity sacred. Her hand trembles in mine. Not fear, not exhaustion, something else. The physical manifestation of witnessing mythology in real time. 10 hours, I say, quietly, not breaking the gaze. Yes, she says, we should stop soon. Should we? No, I admit, but we could. Do you want to? No, neither do I. So we don't. We keep looking, because we can. Because the Archivaran's final confession bought us permission. Because the Titans are slowing and the world is watching, and we're the living proof that recognition isn't violence. It's the only thing that was ever going to save us. 10 hours and 30 minutes. The glass walls are perfectly still now. No vibration, no shimmer. Just clear. Just honest. 2 people visible from all angles, choosing to be seen. The Archivaran's last Titan creaks once. A long, low sound that resonates through London's bones. Then settles into silence. Chapter 27, The Planting of the Masks. We leave the Spiegelsaal at dawn. 12 hours of continuous eye contact. My vision is wrecked. Double images, halos around light sources, the floaters in my eyes doing figure eights. Eliise is worse. Her left eye is completely bloodshot, the burst capillary spreading like red roots across the white. We can barely walk. Legs don't work right after 12 hours of sitting. We lean on each other, stumble up the stairs from the MI6 black site, emerge into the Jubilee line blinking like newborns. The Archivaran's skeleton is visible through the emergency exit grates. Massive, impossible, spanning the Thames from bank to bank at a perfect 45-degree angle. People are already crossing it. I can see them, small figures walking carefully along the ribs, using the vertebrae as steps. Eliise sees it too. Doesn't say anything, just grips my arm tighter. We surface at Green Park. The Toten Mosque is long gone, sunk in the Thames three days ago. Elise's veil is buried somewhere in the Channel Tunnel mud. We're completely exposed, unmasked, visible. People stare, not hostile, not afraid, just curious, like we're proof of something they've been hoping for but didn't dare believe. A child walks up to us, maybe 6 years old, looks directly at Eliise. "Why are your eyes red?" The mother rushes over, apologetic. "I'm sorry, she doesn't." "It's okay," Eliise says. She crouches down to the child's level, looks right at her. "I've been looking at someone I love for 12 hours. That's what happens." "Did you turn into bones?" "No, that doesn't happen anymore." The child processes this, looks at me. "Are you the someone?" "Yes," I say. "Oh," the child nods, satisfied. Wanders off. The mother mouths, "Thank you," and follows. We keep walking. St. James's Park is close. Dawn light is turning everything gold and pink. London without masks looks strange. Wrong. Right. Both at once. The yew tree is old. 100 years, maybe more. Roots breaking through the path, branches low enough to touch. We stop underneath it. I reach into my pocket, pull out the lead-lined film canister I've been carrying for 8 years. Lotta's finger bone. Eliise watches me unscrew the cap. The bone is tiny, smaller than I remember. Just a fragment, really. The smallest piece of my daughter, preserved in lead to prevent radiation exposure that never mattered anyway. I kneel, start digging with my hands. The earth under the yew is soft, rich, dark. Eliise kneels beside me. We dig together, making a small hole, 6 inches deep. Enough. I place the canister in the earth. Don't open it. Just bury the whole thing. Lotta's bone in its lead cocoon planted under a tree that will outlive us all. Eliise pulls something from her jacket, the broken Leica, the camera that was never allowed to look at a human subject. She places it next to the canister. Technology and bone. 8 years of avoidance buried together. We cover them, push earth over metal and memory. Pat it down. I find a piece of chalk in the path, probably from a child's drawing, and mark the spot with a small L. For Leica, for love, for whatever needs remembering. Done? Eliise asks. Almost. I stand, offer my hand. She takes it. We walk deeper into the park. Find a spot away from paths, private. The grass is wet with dew. The dawn is getting brighter. We can hear London waking up, traffic, voices, the sound of a city learning to function without masks. I kiss her. First real kiss. Not the desperate collision in Katadewe, not the darkroom fumbling. This. Deliberate, open-eyed. I watch her pupils dilate as we get closer. Watch her make the decision to close the distance. Watch her eyes stay open as our mouths meet. She tastes like salt, blood, channel water. 3 weeks of survival. I don't close my eyes, neither does she. We kiss while looking at each other and the world stays exactly where it is. When we pull back, she's smiling. That's the first time I've done that while looking. How was it? Terrifying. Perfect. Both. I laugh. Actual laugh. Not the broken pottery sound from the caravan. Real sound. Joy sound. Lie down, she says. Here? Here. We lie down in the wet grass, side by side. I'm staring up at the sky, pink and gold and starting to blue. Eliise rolls onto her side, props herself up on an elbow, looks down at me. I'm going to kiss you again, she says. And this time we're going to see what happens when we don't stop. We're in public. I know. People will see. That's the point. She kisses me. I kiss her back. Hands finding skin under clothes, grass cold underneath us, sky infinite above. We make love in St. James's Park at dawn while maintaining eye contact, and somewhere in Berlin, the last Titan's footfall lands softer than it should. This is what they couldn't do for 8 years. What masks prevented, what the Wanderung made impossible. Not sex, communion. Being seen completely while being touched completely. Proving that recognition and intimacy aren't violence, they're survival. When we finish, Eliise collapses onto my chest, her heart hammering against my ribs, my hand in her hair. Both of us breathing too hard, both of us laughing because we just did the most intimate thing humans can do in broad daylight in a public park, and nobody screamed, nobody ascended, nobody died. We're free, she says into my chest. Yes, really free. The Wanderung is over. For us, I say. Still need to convince everyone else. She lifts her head, looks at me. Her bloodshot eye is weeping again, but she's grinning. Then let's convince them. We get dressed, slowly, no rush. My shirt is soaked with dew and grass stains. Elise's jacket is torn from the channel crossing. We look like exactly what we are, refugees from Apocalypse who just reinvented intimacy. We walk back to the yew tree, stand over the spot where we buried Lotta's bone and the Leica. The chalk L is already fading in the dew. Should we say something? Eliise asks. Like what? I don't know. Goodbye? Thank you? Something. I think about it. About Lotta's school play. About every photograph Eliise didn't take. About 8 years of porcelain and veils and darkness. Thank you for walking with us, I say finally. We're going to keep walking, but we're leaving you here, where you're safe, where you belong. Eliise adds, we'll come back when we can, when London feels like home instead of a finish line. The yew tree doesn't respond, just stands there being old and permanent and exactly what we need it to be, a place to plant grief so we can walk away from it. We leave the park hand in hand, unmasked, visible. The morning is bright now, full sun. London is filling with people who aren't wearing masks. Not all of them, but enough. Enough that we don't stand out. Enough that we look like possibility instead of anomaly. Someone has painted on a building, the Archivarin was wrong. Below it, look at each other. We do. Right there in the street, stop walking, turn to face each other, look for a full minute while traffic flows around us, while people stare, while London watches. Nothing happens. We just stand there, seen, seeing, alive. Then we keep walking. Because the world needs to learn what we learned in a glass cube under the Thames. Recognition isn't violence. It's the only thing that was ever going to save us. And we have so much left to teach. Chapter 28, The First Child Who Looks Up. The train to Coventry is packed. No one wears masks. Some people are trying. I see a woman with a scarf wrapped around her eyes, a man with mirrored sunglasses, but most have given up. The news spread too fast. The couple in London, 12 hours of looking. Still alive. We're famous now. Not celebrity famous, mythology famous. People recognize us and don't know what to do with the recognition. A teenager takes our picture with an old Polaroid camera. An elderly man just nods. A mother shows us to her children like we're proof of something. Eliise hates it. I can tell by the way her shoulders tense every time someone stares. But she doesn't look away, doesn't hide, just sits next to me, our hands interlaced on the seat between us, visible to anyone who cares to look. How much longer, she asks. 20 minutes. And you're sure about this? No, but the broadcast said Coventry, 20-minute gaze, mother and toddler, both fine. Broadcast can lie. True. I squeeze her hand. Want to turn back? No. We get off at Coventry Station. The city looks strange. Half ruined from Titan passages, half functioning. People have painted lines on buildings marking shoulder height, rib height, skull height. Just like Berlin, the universal language of survival. The address from the broadcast is in the city center. We walk, people see us. Some point, most just stare. One woman crosses herself like we're religious icons. It's deeply uncomfortable. The house is small, council flat, the door is open. Inside, I can hear voices. Lots of them. We knock anyway. A man answers, 30s, tired, hopeful. You're them, he says, not a question. We're someone, Eliise says carefully. Leon and Eliise, from London, the Spiegelsaal. Yes. He steps back, gestures us inside. She's in the living room. Everyone wants to meet her. The living room is crowded, 20 people, maybe more. All pressed in around a woman sitting on a sofa holding a toddler. The toddler is maybe 2 years old, dark hair, round face, looking at her mother with complete unself-conscious focus. The woman sees us, stands up, the crowd parts. You came. The broadcast, I start, was real, all of it. I'm Helen. This is Maisie. The toddler, Maisie, turns to look at us, direct, unafraid. She stares at me for 3 seconds, then at Eliise, then back to her mother. Nothing happens. Just a child looking. Just eyes doing what eyes do. Helen is crying. 20 minutes. This morning, I woke up and she was staring at me from her cot. I tried to look away. Instinct, but she kept looking, so I looked back and we just stayed there, looking until she got bored and asked for breakfast. 20 minutes, someone in the crowd repeats. Reverent. Did you feel anything? Eliise asks. Any sensation? Any warning? No, nothing. Just looking. The way she used to look before the flare, before we had to teach her to never look directly at faces. Maisie squirms in her mother's arms, reaches for Eliise. Eliise takes her automatically, photographer's instinct for natural moments, and the toddler immediately grabs her face. Tiny hands on Elise's cheeks, turning her head, examining her like an object. The crowd gasps, waiting for ascension, for bones to move. Nothing. Maisie just pats Elise's face, touches the bloodshot eye gently. Owie? Yes, Eliise says. Her voice is thick. Owie, but it's okay now. Okay now, Maisie repeats. Then loses interest, looks at someone else in the crowd, points. Him, a man steps forward, nervous. Me? Maisie nods, stares at him. The man stares back. They look at each other for 5 seconds. 10, 15, the entire room holds its breath. Nothing happens, just a toddler and a stranger looking. The man starts crying. Oh God, oh my God. Another woman steps forward. My turn. She looks at Maisie. Maisie looks back. 20 seconds. 30. Still nothing. Then chaos. Everyone wants to try. Everyone wants to look at the child who proved it's over. Maisie handles it like a toddler, interested for a moment, then bored, then fussy. Helen rescues her, takes her to the kitchen for a snack. The crowd turns to us. How long do we wait? Someone asks. Before we take off our masks? There's no rule, I say. There's no waiting period. It's over. It's been over since the Spiegelsaal. But some people still ascend, a woman says. I heard about someone in Manchester, looked at his wife, turned immediately. Habit, Eliise says quietly. Or fear. The wandering is psychosomatic now. If you believe it will happen, it might. If you don't, she gestures to Maisie in the kitchen, happily eating bread and jam while staring at her mother. So it's faith? Someone else asks. No, it's recognition. Real recognition. The flare changed our retinas, yes, but the Spiegelsaal proved that love, actual love, not survival pair bonding, overrides the trigger. We're not spreading faith, we're spreading evidence. The crowd is silent, processing. Someone near the back says, my daughter is walking in Saxony. I haven't seen her face in 8 years. If I go to the Titan roots, if I learn which one is her, can I? No, I say. Too sharp. Everyone looks at me. The bones don't reverse. The walking doesn't stop. The Titans that already ascended are permanent. This only works for people still alive. Still flesh. The man nods, sits down heavily. Someone puts a hand on his shoulder. Helen comes back from the kitchen. Maisie is on her hip, jam on her face. You should go to the city center. The square. People are gathering. They want to try. Try what? Eliise asks. Looking. Really looking. At strangers. At friends. At each other. But they're scared. They need to see someone do it first. Someone who's done it already. We look at each other. Elise's bloodshot eye. My gold and green irises. 12 hours of continuous gaze written into our faces. Okay, I say. Show us. The walk to the city center is a parade. The crowd from Helen's flat follows us. Others join. By the time we reach the square, there are maybe 200 people, all silent, all watching. The square is larger than I expected. War memorial in the center, buildings on all sides showing Titan height marks. Someone has painted over them, no more heights to mark. We stop in the center, face each other. The crowd forms a circle around us. How long? Eliise asks. Long enough that they believe. 5 minutes? Let's do 10. Make it undeniable. She nods, takes both my hands. We look at each other, and the square holds its breath. 1 minute passes. Nothing happens. We just stand there, holding hands, looking. Like it's easy, like it's natural, like it's what humans were always supposed to do. 2 minutes. Someone in the crowd gasps, not fear, recognition. They're seeing what we're seeing, that looking is safe now. That recognition isn't violence, that the world has changed. 3 minutes, a couple steps forward, older, 60s maybe, they position themselves near us, turn to face each other, start looking, tentative, terrified. 30 seconds, 1 minute, still nothing. The woman starts crying, the man joins her, they're looking and crying and not ascending, just being seen. 4 minutes, more couples step forward, friends, strangers, a mother and her teenage son. A group of 3 women who look like sisters. They all start looking, all start crying, all stay exactly where they are, flesh and bone together. 5 minutes. The square is filled with people looking at each other, really looking. Some are still masked, too afraid, too traumatized, too rational about probability. But most aren't. Most are choosing to trust what they see. Hundreds of people making eye contact, holding gazes, staying alive. 7 minutes. A man removes his mirrored sunglasses, blinks in the sunlight, looks at the woman next to him, maybe his wife, maybe a stranger. She looks back. They stand there for 30 seconds. He starts laughing, loud, hysterical, relief laughing. She joins him. 8 minutes. The laughter spreads. Not as some people are still crying, some are too shocked to make sound, but enough are laughing that the square starts to ring with it. Joy, disbelief. The sound of trauma breaking. 9 minutes. Maisie runs into the square, Helen chasing her. Maisie stops in the center, spins in a circle, looks at everyone, makes eye contact with a dozen people in 10 seconds. None of them ascend. She laughs, toddler laughs. The pure sound of someone who doesn't understand what she's proving. 10 minutes. Eliise and I break the gaze, look around at the square full of people looking at each other. At Maisie spinning, at Helen catching her daughter and holding her close, at the laughter and crying and total, absolute relief. It's over, someone says, loudly. It's really over. Not over, I say. Everyone turns to look at me. The titans are still walking. The bones are still marching. It's not over, but we're free. That's different. Eliise adds, the Wanderung is done, but the consequences aren't. We have to live in the world the flare made. We just get to do it while looking at each other. The crowd absorbs this, nods, someone starts clapping. It spreads. Hundreds of people clapping in a square in Coventry, celebrating the end of enforced blindness. We slip away during the applause. Walk to the edge of the square. A man is standing there alone. Old mask in his hands, obsidian, expensive looking. He's staring at it like it's archaeology. Are you going to take it off? Eliise asks. He looks at her, then at me, then back at the mask. I wore this for 8 years, every day, never saw my own face, never saw my children's faces. They died in Edinburgh, looked at each other during an argument. Both ascended. I've been alone since then. I'm sorry, I say. I'm not asking for sorry. I'm asking. He holds up the mask. What do I do with this? Whatever you need to, Eliise says. Keep it, destroy it, bury it. There's no rule. He considers, then drops it. The obsidian cracks on the cobblestones. He looks at his hands, bare, visible, his own, flexes his fingers, looks up at us. Thank you, he says. We didn't do anything except look at each other. Exactly. He walks away, toward the square, toward people, toward possibility. Eliise takes my hand. One more stop? Where? Wherever needs convincing. Eliise, the entire world needs convincing. Then we better start walking. And we do. Out of the square. Out of Coventry. Into the world that's learning, slowly, painfully, gratefully, how to see itself again. Chapter 29. The Gallery of Outward Faces, London. 3 weeks after the Spiegelsaal. The gallery is in Shoreditch, a converted warehouse with high ceilings and white walls that reflect too much light. Eliise chose it specifically for the light, for the way it refuses to hide anything. The opening is tonight, her first exhibition. Ever. 8 years of photographs she wasn't allowed to take, and now this. 1 roll of film. 5 frames. All face outward. We're here early. Setting up. The prints are large, 1 meter by 1 meter, framed in simple black, no glass. Eliise refused glass, said she was done with reflections. Frame 1, me in the Kedaway ruins, unmasked, smiling. The moment the titans stopped, She took it 3 weeks ago during our walk back through Berlin. The light is golden hour. The smile is real. Small. The kind that means survival instead of joy, but survival is enough. Frame 2. Maisie in Coventry. Close up. The toddler's face filling the entire frame. She's looking directly at the camera, directly at Eliise, directly at anyone who looks at the photograph. No fear in her eyes. Just curiosity. Frame 3, the archiver and skeleton bridge across the Thames. Wide angle, people crossing at dawn. The bones are massive, pale, perfectly still. The sky is pink. The people are small but visible. Each one a tiny act of faith, walking across penance. Frame 4, an old man in the Coventry Square. The moment he removed his obsidian mask, his face is a wreck. 8 years of pressure marks, indentations, the geography of hiding, but he's looking up into light, into possibility. Frame 5, me again, but different, tighter crop, just the eyes, gold and green, the dried blood still visible on my chin. This is the frame from the Spiegelsaal, the one she described while we were looking, the one she said she'd remember while dying. She pins this one last, steps back, looks at all 5 frames in sequence. Her hand finds mine. Too much? She asks. Not enough, I say. You should have printed more. I only shot 5 frames. You shot 1,000 frames. In your head, while we were looking, I heard you describe them. Those don't count. Yes, they do. She shakes her head. Doesn't argue, just squeezes my hand and keeps staring at her own work, visible for the first time in 8 years. Photographs of human faces, allowed to be seen. The gallery owner arrives, a woman in her 50s, mask scars on her cheeks and nose bridge. She looks at the prints and goes very quiet. These are, she stops, restarts. I haven't seen photographs of faces since the flare. Not like this. Not intimate. Is it too much? Eliise asks. No, it's perfect. People need this. They need to see that faces are safe again. That looking is safe. Looking is safe, Eliise repeats. Testing the words. Yes, I suppose it is. More people arrive, gallery staff, journalists, someone from the BBC who wants to interview us. We decline. This isn't about us, it's about the photographs, about Elise's wound healing in public. 7 p.m., doors open, people flood in, more than I expected. The gallery is packed within minutes. Everyone moving toward the prints, everyone stopping, everyone staring. A woman stands in front of frame 4, the old man removing his mask. She's crying, silent, steady. Her own mask is in her hands. She's holding it like she doesn't know what to do with it. A teenager examines frame 2, Maisie. Gets close, so close his nose almost touches the print. Backs up, gets close again, like he's testing whether the eye contact is safe even through photography. An elderly couple stand in front of frame 1, me smiling in the cutaway ruins. They hold hands while looking. The man says something I can't hear. The woman nods. They move to frame 5. Spend 5 minutes staring at my eyes in massive print. They're seeing you, Eliise whispers. I know. How does it feel? Terrifying. Perfect. Both. She laughs. The real laugh. The one that means she's won something. More people arrive. The gallery is beyond capacity. Fire marshal shows up. Argues with the owner. They compromise. People can stay, but no more entries. The crowd outside presses against the windows, trying to see the photographs, trying to see proof. A man approaches us, late 20s, scarred. He's been staring at frame 3, the Archiveron's bridge, for 10 minutes. I knew her, he says. Dr. Okonkwo. I worked in the Wander bureaus, issued licenses, cataloged ascensions, 300 people. I watched 300 people go voluntary because she told us it was honest. Eliise turns to face him fully. I'm sorry. Don't be. I'm here, aren't I? I could have ascended too, could have believed her, but I didn't. I wore my mask and I survived, and now I'm... He gestures at the photograph. Now I'm looking at her final act and I don't know what to feel. She was wrong, I say, and she knew it, and she paid. Yes, but 300 people, 300. I know. He stares at the photograph for another minute, then nods, once, walks away, doesn't look back. 8 p.m. The gallery is chaos, controlled chaos, but chaos. People are taking pictures of the photographs with their phones. posting them. The internet is amplifying. Within an hour, frame 5, my eyes in extreme close-up is everywhere. Twitter, Instagram, Reddit. The image of the man who looked for 12 hours. My phone vibrates. Messages from numbers I don't recognize. Thank you. You saved us. My daughter can look at me now. I saw your eyes and I took off my mask. I show Eliise. She reads them. Her face does something complicated. Not quite crying, not quite smiling, both. Neither. They think we're saviors, she says. We're not. I know, but they need someone to be, someone to prove it's safe. Is that fair? No, but it's what's happening. 9 p.m. The BBC journalist corners us anyway. Camera crew, microphones, the full weight of institutional media attention. Just a few questions, she says. Please, people need to hear from you. We've said everything already, Eliise says, then say it again. On camera, so it's permanent. We look at each other. The gaze check we've developed over 3 weeks. The silent question. Are we doing this? The silent answer, yes, apparently. The interview happens in front of frame 5, my eyes watching my interview. Meta and uncomfortable. How did you know it would work? The journalist asks. We didn't, I say. We just knew we had to try. What was it like? 12 hours of continuous eye contact? Eliise answers. Like learning a language you forgot you spoke. Like remembering what faces are for. Like, she stops, looks at me. Like falling in love while already in love. And the archiverin, Dr. Okonkwo? She was wrong, I say. But she recognized it. That's more than most people do. She paid the largest possible and turned herself into infrastructure. That's not villainy. That's tragedy. Do you think the Wanderung is truly over? For people who choose to believe it is, yes. For people who can't, I shrug. I don't know. Trauma is complicated. Some people might never take off their masks. That's valid too. The journalist looks surprised. You're saying people should keep wearing masks if they want to? I'm saying freedom includes the freedom to be afraid. We're not evangelizing. We're just existing. Loudly, visibly. If that helps people, good. If it doesn't, that's not our failure. 10 p.m. The gallery owner announces last call. People start filtering out, reluctant. Many of them stand in front of the photographs one more time before leaving. Saying goodbye, taking final mental pictures. A young woman stays after everyone else leaves. Early 20s, red hair, mask in her pocket. I can see the outline. She's staring at frame 2, Maisie's face. Can I help you? Eliise asks. The woman startles. I'm sorry, She gestures at Maisie. I have a sister. Had a sister. She was 3 when the flare happened. She looked at my mother. Both gone. I was at school, survived because I wasn't there to look at them. I'm sorry, Eliise says. I keep thinking, if the Spiegelsaal happened 8 years ago, if someone figured it out sooner, my sister would be 11 now. My mother would be. She stops, wipes her eyes. Sorry, this isn't your problem. It's everyone's problem, I say. Every person who died because we didn't know. Because the archiverin told us recognition was violence. That's the weight. All of us carry it. The woman nods, pulls out her mask, looks at it. I don't need this anymore, do I? That's for you to decide, she thinks, then drops the mask in a garbage bin near the door, walks out without it, face bare, visible. 11 p.m., gallery empty except us and the owner. We help take down the prints. Eliise wraps each one carefully, the owner watches. You know these will be in museums eventually, she says. These 5 photographs, they're historical record now, evidence of the turning point. I just wanted to take pictures of people, Eliise says quietly. That's all. For 8 years I couldn't. Now I can. That's the whole story. No, the owner says. That's the beginning of the story. The rest is what happens next, what everyone does with permission to look. We finish packing. The owner locks up. We walk out into London at night. The city is different now. People on the streets without masks. Not everyone, maybe 60%, but that's 60% more than 3 weeks ago. A couple walks past us. Teenagers, holding hands, looking at each other every few steps. Testing, proving. They see us, and the boy's eyes go wide. You're them. We're us, Eliise says. Can we, the girl gestures. Can we look at you? Is that weird? A little, I admit, but okay. They stand in front of us. Look at our faces. Really look. The boy traces our features with his eyes. The girl focuses on Elise's bloodshot eye. Does it still hurt? She asks. No, it's healed mostly. Just looks wrong. It looks like proof, the girl says. Like evidence that you really did it. They thank us. Walk away, still holding hands, still looking at each other every few steps. We're going to be doing this forever, aren't we? Eliise says. Being looked at, being proof. Probably. I don't know if I like it. You don't have to like it. You just have to tolerate it until someone else becomes the symbol. Until we're old news. How long will that take? No idea. Months? Years? Maybe never. She sighs, leans into me. We walk through London like that, pressed together, visible, exhausted. We pass the Thames. The Archiveran's skeleton is still there. Will always be there. Permanent reminder, permanent bridge. People are crossing it even now. Midnight traffic. Using the ribs as walkways. Someone has hung lights along the spine, making the bones visible at night, making the crossing safer. Do you think she'd like that? Eliise asks. The lights? I think she'd hate it. Too sentimental, but she's not here to complain. No, she's there. Eliise points at the massive skull. Forever there. Forever visible. We walk until we find a hotel. Check in. The clerk recognizes us but doesn't say anything, just gives us a room key and a quiet nod. Upstairs, Eliise unpacks the prints, hangs frame 5 on the wall opposite the bed. My eyes. Watching. That's not creepy at all, I say. I want to see it when I wake up. Reminder that looking is safe now. That faces are safe. You need a reminder? Every day, maybe forever. We lie down, she curls into me. We don't make love. Too tired. Just hold each other. Two people who looked for 12 hours and changed the world by accident. Eliise, I say into the dark. Yes. Thank you. For what? For being worth looking at. For making me want to be seen. For 8 years of grief and one exhibition that healed it. You're welcome. Thank you for the same. We sleep, and frame 5 watches. My eyes permanent on the wall. Gold and green. Proof that recognition isn't violence. It's the only thing that was ever going to save us. Chapter 30, The City Without Masks, Berlin. 6 weeks after the Spiegelsaal. We take the train from London because Eliise wants to see the countryside, wants to see how Europe is healing. France is half-masked, Belgium is mostly bare-faced, Germany is Germany, pragmatic, methodical, 73% unmasked according to the last census. We arrive at Hauptbahnhof in the afternoon. The station is crowded, people moving quickly, everyone looking at everyone else, still testing, still proving. A child drops her toy and 3 people immediately make eye contact while bending to pick it up. No one ascends. The mother thanks them while looking directly at their faces. We walk to Friedrichstrasse. 8 weeks ago we met here. Elise's veil caught on Swarovski crystal. I tackled her into the cosmetics island. We looked at each other for 9.8 seconds and survived. The Cathedral is still ruined. No one's rebuilding yet. Too expensive, too symbolic. The wreckage is a monument now. Someone has painted on the remaining wall, 11 seconds, Friedrichstrasse, the beginning. Eliise reads it. Laughs. That's not where it began. Isn't it? No. It began in Tallinn in a metro carriage when my lover looked at me one last time. Then it began 8 years ago when I looked at Lotta. Maybe it began with the flare itself. Maybe we've been healing since the beginning and just didn't know it. We walk through the ruins. Glass crunches under our feet. The titan that cast the 62-meter shadow is gone. Walked west months ago. Still walking now. Somewhere in the Atlantic, probably. Making waves. Confusing ships. I find the cosmetics island where we collided. The mirrors are shattered but still present. Eliise stands where she stood. I stand where I stood. We look at each other. 9.8 seconds, she says. Felt like longer. Everything felt longer back then. Every second was survival math. And now? Now it's just time. We leave the Cathedral, walk to Tempelhofer Feld. The airfield is full of people. Families, dogs, children running. Someone has set up a market, food vendors, craft stalls, a woman selling hand-painted masks as art objects, historical artifacts, collector's items. We buy two. Mine is porcelain, not Prussian, too new for that, but close. Elise's is black fabric, not a seto veil, but similar. Why are we buying these? She asks. Souvenirs. Proof we survived. We have our faces for that. Different kind of proof. We walk to the drainage tunnel where I froze for 43 minutes. Where Eliise ripped her veil completely, where she pressed her bare forehead to the words I wrote in rebar. That one is my daughter. The tunnel is empty now. The words are still there. Faint but readable. Someone has added more words underneath. And now she walks forever and we walk free. Eliise traces the letters. Did you write that? No, someone else. Someone who understands. Do you still hear her, Lotta's rhythm? Sometimes. When titans pass. The 0.7-second offbeat. But less often now. They're all slowing, moving west, moving away. Good. We climb out of the tunnel, walk to the Reichstag. The dome is still ruined from our mirror redirection, still shattered, still singing. The wind through broken glass makes notes high and low, harmony and discord. People are gathered at the base, a memorial, flowers, photographs, names carved into stone. 17,000 names, every person the Archivaren sent to die, every voluntary ascension. Eliise reads them. Not all, there are too many, but some. Her lips moving silently, saying their names, giving them voice. I find flowers, lay them at the memorial. Not for anyone specific, for all of them. For the ones who believed recognition was violence, for the ones who believed the Titans were going home. They were wrong, Eliise says, but they were afraid. That's not the same as evil. No, it's not. We walk to Brandenburg Gate. The Titan that nearly brushed the quadriga with its knees is long gone. But the measurement marks remain. Someone has turned them into art, painting each height line a different color, making the architecture of survival into rainbow gradation. People are taking pictures. Tourists already. The end of the world as tourist attraction. I don't know how I feel about that. Leon. Eliise points. Look, a crowd has gathered in the plaza, maybe 200 people. They're paired up, facing each other. Someone has a megaphone, a woman, elderly, commanding. 11 seconds, she announces. Starting now. Look at your partner. Really look. Remember what seeing means. The crowd looks, all of them. 200 people making eye contact, testing, proving. The elderly woman counts down. 10, 9, 8. We join them. Find space at the edge. Face each other. The count continues. 7, 6, 5. Elise's eyes are completely healed now. No more bloodshot, no more weeping. Just brown, clear. Hers. 4, 3, 2. I see her. She sees me. We're not afraid anymore. 1. 11 seconds pass. No one ascends. The crowd erupts, cheering, laughing, crying. The elderly woman is crying too. Again, she shouts. Let's do it again. They do. 11 seconds. 20 seconds. 30. Some people break off into longer gazes. Some hold for minutes. Some just stand there looking, proving, existing. We slip away, walk to the train station. There's one more place we need to go. The Stasi archives are open now. Public record. The file we found, the one about the Spiegelsaal, has been digitized, available online. Everyone can read it. Everyone can know that the flare was a weapon test, that the cure was always love. We don't go inside, just stand outside the building looking at it. Do you forgive them? Eliise asks. The people who made the weapon? No, but I understand them. Fear makes people do impossible things, make impossible weapons. The flare wasn't evil, it was terrified. That doesn't make it better, no, but it makes it human. We walk back to Friedrichstrasse, full circle, the street where we met. The ruins we navigated, the beginning of everything. It's sunset now, golden hour. The light is impossible, Berlin in autumn, perfect and precise. Eliise stops walking, pulls out her Leica, the new one, not broken, fully functional, allowed to look at human subjects. Stand there, she says. I stand in the ruins of the Cadouet, in the exact spot where I tackled her into the cosmetics island, where we looked for 9.8 seconds, where the world started changing. She takes the picture. Click. Wind. The sound of film advancing. One more. I smile. The real smile, the one that means we survived. She takes it. Perfect, she says. We find the last bottle of Unterberger schnapps in a corner shop. Ancient, expensive. We buy it anyway. Carry it back to the Cadaway ruins. Sit in the rubble. Open the bottle. The first sip burns. Good burn. Clean burn. We pass it back and forth, not using mirrors, not avoiding reflections. Just two people sharing alcohol in the ruins of the apocalypse. Tolata, I say. Tolata, Eliise echoes. Drinks. To your lover. To Tallinn. To Tallinn, she drinks, passes the bottle, to the archiverin, to Beatrice Okonkwo, who was wrong but honest, she drinks, to the 17,000, to everyone who believed masks were mercy, she drinks, to Maisie, to the first child who looked up, to all the children who will never know what masks feel like. She drinks, to us, she drinks, passes the bottle, to 12 hours in a glass cube, to recognition that isn't violence, to love that preceded sight. We finish the bottle. The sun sets completely. Berlin is dark now, but not dark dark. City dark. Streetlights and headlights and lit windows, people living, people visible. Eliise leans into me, I wrap my arm around her, we sit in the ruins and watch Berlin move. Watch people walk unmasked, watch children run, watch couples hold hands and look at each other every few steps. Are you happy? She asks. I think about it. Really think. No, not happy. Too much grief for happy. But I'm alive, and I'm seen, and I'm with you. That's better than happy. Yes, that's exactly right. We sit until the cold drives us away. Then we walk to a hotel. Check in. The clerk recognizes us again. Everyone recognizes us now. We're permanent. Historical. The couple who broke the gaze. Upstairs, Eliise develops the film from today. The two frames from Friedrichstrasse, me in the ruins, me smiling. She pins them face outward on the wall, next to frame 5 from London, next to all the other faces she's been collecting. Her wall is covered now. Hundreds of faces, all looking, all allowed to be seen, all proof that photography is safe again, that art is safe again, that human faces are safe again. We make love with the lights on, looking at each other the whole time. No fear, no counting, no survival math, just intimacy, just recognition, just us. Afterward, we lie tangled together, her head on my chest, my hand in her hair, the wall of faces watching. Leon, she says. Yes. What do we do now? After this, after Berlin? We keep walking, we keep looking, we keep proving it safe until everyone believes it, or until we die, whichever comes first. That's not a plan, that's a lifestyle. Yes, it is. She's quiet for a long time. Then, okay, yes, let's do that. We sleep, and Berlin sleeps around us. The city without masks, the city that learned to see itself again, the city that marks Titan heights on buildings but paints them rainbow now, the city that survived. In the morning we wake to sunlight, to Elise's wall of faces, to each other. We look before we speak, just look, testing, proving, existing. Nothing happens, we just stay alive, bones inside skin, hearts beating, eyes open. The world relearns how to see itself, and we walk through it, visible, vulnerable, together. Proof that recognition isn't violence, proof that love preceded sight, proof that 11 seconds was never the ending, it was always the beginning. We look at each other one more time, then we get dressed, pack our things, walk out into Berlin morning, unmasked, unafraid. The city stretches ahead of us, broken and healing, grieving and growing, permanent and changing. We walk west, into the light, into the future, into whatever comes next. The Titans are still marching, but we're not marching with them anymore. We're just walking, together, seen, and that's enough. That's everything. That's the only thing that ever mattered. The gaze holds.